principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So today I'm taking you around Accra. I mean, if you have some few hours to spend in Accra, you have a layover in Accra, and you want to see how Accra looks like, these are the few things you can do while in Accra before you go to anywhere you find yourself. So let's go, let's see Accra. You're coming with me on this one. Let's go.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. it go. You got to let it go.
Let's say you have about 2 to 4 hours in Accra and want to see the beauty of Accra. One of the places I will encourage you to see is the Black Star Square, which is one of the popular monuments in Accra. So one of the things you can also do is to climb up this. This is how it looks like from the down. This is how it looks like. It's about some few stairs to the top. This is how it looks like. Whoa, I'm very close to the star, so you can just come up. Yeah, I can't wait to show you. So if you can see from here, that's Jamestown ahead of us, and that is the sea across, and that's Osu Castle, which we'll pass through very soon, and on top there is Lavadi Beach. And so this is how it looks from up here, and so you can come here to take pictures. It's actually free to walk up the stairs. Sometimes when you come, you see some military men or policemen at the entrance. It's free, but then at the end of the day, you can just give them something if you want. So that is the situation here. God being so good. I'm alone today, so I get the entire space to myself. So yeah, there's also horse riding around. You can just opt for any, which costs around 10 cedis and above. So once you're done taking pictures and videos, you can just walk down. Then that's it. This is also the Black Star Square, and it's open for everyone at any time. Every 6th of March, this is where the parade goes on, and almost all the big ceremonies in Ghana, this is where it happens, because it's really huge. You can take 1 million people over millions. We kind of have a good weather today. June smells so good. The next place you could see is called Asumdwe Park, which is about 2 minutes walk from the Black Star Square, which is also free to walk around, take pictures and videos. This is where our late President John Evans Atta Mills was buried. Is where the Accra sign is. This is where it is. So you can come around, take pictures right here in the city. So this is the Accra sign. Also some artifacts here where you can buy all your African prints, your clothes, your beads right here in Usu. This is the art center, and so they have like fabrics here, and I spotted this. I'm buying this dashiki. What are you saying? 65. So this costs 65. But it's negotiable, so she's going to be beautiful. Yeah. So this is how it looks like. There are a lot of shops here. You can buy your African and your painting too right here. There is also waist beads. Let me know in the comment section if you wear waist beads. Are you a waist beads person? If you're also a man and you like waist beads, let me know in the comment section. This is also another one. So they also have beautiful African earrings. Let me see if I can get some. It's saying. Wait, this looks more of Kenya. Wait, say. Hey, I know we're no more than this. No more. So while on a Accra city tour, you can also try our local street food, from chinchinga to our local drink beverage which is called asana, to Burkina, to Wangashi, and a lot more. You could have this street food in Osu, Nima, or the Makola market, which is not too far from the township. And all this can be done within 2 hours to 4 hours. How the fair looks like. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting the entire experience. Catch you guys in my next video next time. I post every Wednesdays and Sundays. Catch you guys. I love you all. Thank you so much for the support.
When you're HIV.
He's too emotional.
Oh.
On to me.
What do you want to do?
Me who send you make a train. And he may find ways for Miss Beer.
Na my mimi say or yere bi
anase. Oh yere. Sisi ano me fear ne say. What is on also ko check it. Na negative. Me ne akola ne. Question be be nya wo he. Ahwefo
So opese uhu Crime Check Foundation ye njumedi a ye di abre nyina. Koyen YouTube channel Crime Check TV GH. Subscribe mame.
Se wo subscribe via mi adoma ne so. Se na video bi a de betu obi a obehu. Medamase.
Minuanom, mati asem dey enne se ope asase ana edan ato amansun biara enihua. Eno ane ejare real estate. Na sa ejare real estate won wo kasoa ofanko baby a aban akosi senior high school ni high court fefefe no. Wo firi ho pe na ura ejare real estate. Asa eti ani jeseme anwea ene ebo a wo de besi dan no. Ebi wo ejare real estate fo na de saima eye ahomeka ene se wo twa asase na ejare real estate wo betwa so fe edi amaw edi odin aye pillars edi ese ho land guard asemo de eno de emamu kra na sai tie ani jesema san wo ho bi me ensu a wo de besi wo dan no eye free na document asemo de eye tatahwe wo to wasase anase wo dan a na ye de ahye wonsa eti kan ho na frɛ ejare real estate na ansa anyawo.
You are chief for Asaba Munchin Crime Check Foundation na beye nansan mu ho na ye de sister Joyce Jedomensa assemble to gba fa the HIV status yin na nim say yin abai onya HIV amiate asese ache 2007 na kane no obinya HIV a yenim say ade eba wadwema ye enkrampan nche say wo ko wa mena no a ben so ye sister yi am ye hu say enye sa enete yenko ye chi kakra na yentie nsem no bi o ka kire na yefiri ho ba ya beto ayasem so
my first stage now you're infecting crofon no me ni be my that is here na sabi me isi condom kra onya
e dey pa na e ma obreko hwemani na ka kire
stigma rejection say obi be me ade be chi no on ba bio it's a nice relationship
yo sika yan famu ati asifo audiani mwe ya wati
Hi, my name is Roslyn Ngisa. I'm an actress. If you want to study anything about film, camera, just come to Black Lens. It's one of the best schools you can ever have.
My name is Roger Quarter. I'm a film producer and a director. Black Lens Media is the best.
Well, my name is Jonathan Ezenwadinobi. Black Lens, the deal on cameras and editing. My guy, don't make that mistake. Oh, now for Black Lens.
Black Lens.
Black Lens Ventures, they are the best.
It's here for Yen Crime Check Foundation. Yeah, just Black Lens today. Black Lens man sit here camera handling any video editing. And next is a proof for yibi. Eye ejuma Emma Crime Check Foundation. Any baby. Now who said you almost handle camera. Now we video editing now. Who said Black Lens Media or much rare at the year. Ain't count why now also call Black Lens for office. Now for form. Now also call for surname the
I had a vision to be a musician one day. But now editing na I want me more park assessing here. There will be 1 year question. I
graduated from Takwade Poly for about 10 years now, but we need money. Maybe I will be qua or crap me. So we qua my fee married. We did say entity and second. And your friend will be Baba Cram. Say, yes, you are qua. Yes, you are back crank for. No, so no, say,
Black Lens entity a papa fee.
Black Lens Ventures, they are the best.
Na yede ye sister yi asem ebetu dwa no ama edipa pii na won friend Crime Check Foundation edipa pii a omo ye positive won dey omo status esie because of stigmatization na we say Joyce kasa ye ne kasa ye ama edipa pii omo tintin edipa pii a omo fa ne sa de ato ani enne omo fra Crime Check Foundation omo kan won asem na de nti omuntu bin kasa ne say yin nim say say yare we wonya bi na ko catch obi poso wanya bia na ode wonnam sewo as if say wo de wo ho bone de but we tend to forget say enye through sexual intercourse nko ampo na say yare yinya nti emprepi no say de nyina yenim no okopɛ ho asɛm eko declare status a ene na asɛm kɛse na aba na won afre crime check no omo do so ye pa ene yenye ewura fe ba ko bi ono no ame ati ase ese otie ye sister Joyce no o se debi onfa ne hawo enhye ne ho na o chena nko e de no atofom kora na ono ano waje atum se owobi ama ne ba oko 1 year akwada fe no ono nso mpo ewobi na yebeda Joyce ase se ono ye kasae esenye ono a nke nipa pia won suro stigma nke ne won emfren ye sister ye friend Ella ye be kono na ye no atwetwe nkomo kakra minu aba netisen
pacho nyame ado
no wa ede ne ma wa kokoduro no ema o kasae esenye Joyce interview me nyesho sanka wo be friend aka bi research
David and check crime that ma follow me for some time I am share interviews na ena yare we no untumi nkanche busu yeni
untumi nkanche obi ya
David obi eni
enu nti na atifo ye cover na nimo no Joyce de oyi no ho si ho as an ambassador so be kasa magana yenu abai on kanche obi ara me pe na wa frame me abom ya mane esese ye protecting for now ebi adaachi bi ono aka se meyi manimu a eno de na yeyi nanim eno nti na cover na nim no Ella edenti na won kanche obi ya
say the way I ran it no obi wo honom na ohu se wanya bia I say obenwa onu so benya bi aha
yo yan koye chi na yen hwe ne nhase no e ban se na hu se oye positive
menyem ye no menya is it 6 months me check it was negative until me call me 9 months no no and na me check it doctor was like it's positive are you aware of your status I'm say David you want me check it first one na negative so how come ti manje anto enti osan ma me ye text back 3 times if listen no ade we de minya awahe
tai omoka ukasa wo ye test 3 times ani na ye
positive HIV type 1
na den na e ko trim me na ma no pre me e say what test first we negative
enti me friend me suffer ka chene say na esi wow enti me ni osofo bible so wo issue kakra so I thought say ebia eye no nti go mate say HIV it me the spiritual
mean you need
Inti me who say no, this is a spiritual thing. Ti so for the mompai. Ti ye ho akwankyere bompai. Ena, inti doctor ne say obey me operation. Say David.
Time I won you.
Ai, metimi acham. Ti me free sa clinic ho. E call different hospital.
To bo yem fancy a free sa clinic call different hospital. Ye nim say onyem. Ena say o status eventually. You were drew a friend in the Verapin. Say, Metia, more nurse and doctor for more correct me. But you were drew bisa. Yeah, the mother na. It prevents mother to child transmission of the virus. Time our doctors know who say we are positive no. This one me at here says so by say positive. Yes. I don't know my mouth said really.
Wa mommy because I say me kwa check him bra. Kwa check him by that second test no my first results na kwa chere doctor o me ka chere ne say me the ban me refi
I didn't tell cancer
because I'm in jinto
na wo jinto
me jinto mu say me nya yare ni bi aha nti third one o ka chere me say no say ya hwe ensi ade we nkwan a na o sa tro say me nko reference lab o kolebu e hode e final aha and I'm see you nti me call ye no na me ye me try 3 hours no 50 cedis there egi na me bie so it was positive
time we don't say ko o tia no na say popo
no me say no all right can share first test me call private hospital bi o kolebu no match non-reactive active ti na me nti ase so I took my phone na me google ye ti me so okay that me say me nya active. I know them the question doctor. No, the doctor check me no say non-reactive no chere say wunyai but active no just say wenya. But I showed two. It means ankoye another one ewo referral lab. The hodi e throw me type 1. I'm so okay. I do ready. Ninjinto.
Just say actual type 1 crack.
Yes, me gentle. To me, dear, me forget it. To my hospital will be. Now me call with different hospital.
That's our time, so no uji 2 more, and come on with dry and can be prevented aqualan from.
Let me show operation almost on Bayman. Let me show. Ain't me call ye, me call no doctor now, share more private on, me call tone the war, labor room on. So I didn't subborn, na me share. Ain't I didn't two stretch and so, and I want doctor baby Sam say, minim doctor Sumesi, now I'm say, I. No, say then no catch on, I'm so one cash and trim. I wanna offer Adam nurses need na baby. And I me pushy and I me ban better. Tombe check here and proving negative. Now I'm say yes. I believe in prayers.
Debbie, as some are okay. Omo, after
my worrying,
positive.
Yes.
One worry now you check here no.
Na negative. Na negative.
About say.
Minim. Ain't we are 6 weeks. Ubeko hospital. I check it. The nurse ne check here no say, Madam, are you aware of your status? Now I'm say there be or there na ba. I say we HIV positive.
Okay, nene pa.
There be me ne pet na ne show.
No one to the book kakra and dodo.
Inti okay na me say sa. Inti mami there na this ade ne ba. Because me ne be ma ba akopɛ enet na.
Ye be ba be ma na ho.
Inti e ba ne sen. Ana si o. E betimi enyane ma cheche no ma be so mo bubu more ne na mikro betimi di bia ma ne ade. No. E kwa me that type of me call saloon ko twitwa more ne ade no. E jai de that.
That's okay last year yeah.
Yes, last year yeah me nyim ye ya. Enti okay no se me ko check akwala no. Na am si jo mate. No be say me breastfeeding na am say me breastfeeding no se me ko check. And no ma me lab ni bi number to me fair lab technician no. And no say me mbra. So I went there and I see okay. I'm saying they checking me about status. But me there I know my status. No see okay. Nti nurse ni no. O kolebu no. O ma me saminko pharmacy on kwaji edu. Ti me kwa na mo see o counseling na say madam I know my status.
Wow.
Nti there's no need so be cancel. Mo dia ma me edro no say na me
fa. Ma kokudro no.
Nti no say me te he. Na me chan baby a me te.
Okay.
In call hospital ya e ben me. Na am see you. So I went there. Ti me kwa ya na me de letter ne ma won. Ti me kwa na obi a hwe me ni no say me hwehwa na am so letter we om de say me fa me hu asomesi. Na am say then am say me HIV positive.
Okay, nini.
Ai, and am say na e bra.
Nini pa.
The one that's the kind e bra ha no. I was like, you see?
Nurse na kan say.
Me say, madam, yes, member unity way. Nti e wo he. And I say me be ye den. Na am say me HIV positive.
So, me HIV positive. Data maybe some questions no. Aye because of stigma.
Yes.
Aye asema ye kan say ye mboso. Aye obi beka say taboo. Nti ban say na wotin am ka so ye HIV.
Me kai.
No.
So me my imagine say we me kana oni uju a me wo pa. Oh yes.
Okay,
now you bet chon wa me bu papa. No, because enye ade ya uso bi mu a wanya.
Na unya say education say unya you know uso bi a mu a
school ya ko school na ye kire ye kire so what is yare ne bad den no so bi nya bia na busuafo kra nko ne ho na ode adwendwen na wewu.
So now you're ready.
Debbie.
Okay, said by your interview in your tent, very interesting. Some I will can have say what two when she was say. After all, some my kicker and now say a railway the death sentence. Me no tell, mammy so. If you cry say and you unya and says so be obi.
Sir.
Manager is good dear more. I
saw it.
Yeah, fat trimpo. Yeah, the answer. A day na a amount. Sa energy no.
Wo me akasa me wa kokudro deda.
Me hwa metimi.
Ai, me wa kokudro deda. Enti no. Me bisa nurse nsa so ne bra. Na o kire me ho. Na me bo mu na me rem.
Na ye hwo.
Na ye hwe me. Na me rem e na madam say pacho bed na am so me de letter ifi kolebu na eba. Na obi e o se o ene etna ha o ye first newcomer de o hia counseling pa. So woman delay me. Ma try obi aba no ahwe no ro no. Nti omo mro say ah.
Omo mu ro mi na no me HIV.
Omo nyina ye bio an. Ah.
Son na no mo tie.
They were okay. Ebi mu ye fresh. Some lady be oba is one nice lady. Me say ah. Me am kodu fufuo.
E na apo e kan ho.
Ah. E ho na say me wura say madam. Hwe me na me nko. O say there be me say me cancel. Ma cancel me ho deda.
You are here for my counsel me ho deda. We na Joyce Chitomensa. Or catching or say yare it has a psychological effect. Say udwin say unya any wada na nkrampan de eno ene bekum. Or my example be of my cameraman yenkuti de okan.
A psychological issue. Number one, I'll just talk about one aspect.
Okay.
HIV is a psychological illness. Apart from say virus, you know. Mr. Ibrahim, sir, what said they'll come in our body? I don't know his HIV status.
Memana contest Monday.
But some Monday quiet test, you see, and I need an result in about 2 weeks. Okay. 2 weeks in bed, no better. Me be away ceiling me.
Okay.
Obe, ni subati.
Okay.
Now so we are all the results na negative.
Yeah.
Within 2 weeks, no obenya running stomach.
Okay.
Within 2 weeks, no bet me a headache. Within obefata bowa. All the symptoms of HIV obenya ni na asara 2 weeks na ba. Because I didn't hear. I dream. It is when you are here, the healing begins with the mind.
Okay.
If you know what dreaming we are, then you deal with the body.
Ko kelebu amekwaje drama ne bayi. Ukot ukwale egu ho.
Ah mo nyina
ye HIV positive. Nti ebisa mo say eh kwale egu come. Mame ba ho de ne ba tobrom. Nti anam say ah. Na yare wey say wo de tinahwe a wo bewu. Wo do hospital ana bo say enya wo nko. Yes. Nti ni ko hu doctor wi e mekwaje edrum. Nurse ni bisa mame ba ko say ne ba na nyi ati sa kwa no be 10 to 12 years. Wa catch and a draw offer the anti offer say dro na mame ne si debi na nurse ne catch ne say on kan cha akran no bisa am say obey there na wa catch akran and am nurse ne bisa say na what if akran ne dash that akran no si o ma e draw we mi num bie mu a e no so e nti mame na ye din e fe obo na nya ne nisu na me catch mame ne say catch ne the anti offer dro.
Yo, I tell for where the Mijidis are what I would say, so be our expert in the friends, or your health expert. When I will be to me, I'm a future assassin, because in Kuala so at a certain age, you know, what catch them psychologically, it means what because of perception be a woman about HIV and AIDS, and be a kind of school crowns were na be a woho. Into your health expert, be now our dream be I was asking me who catching. It's a Crime Check Foundation, your new programming. Attorney say CCF HIV and AIDS education. Inti ena ye den.
Inti obisa me sana no si okay. Inti me kwato ladies bear for bi wo edan ni mu. Inti eno maame ba ko say sister me ja me obi o. Me omu wo ba ko no so no so obi. Lady ba ko so no so obi. Na omu ka kire me say omu wa meje diana. No say debi. No say I.
It's so much na counsel, right?
And you know, the here and say, Ubefa wedru, Ubefa bibi dru, no monsa. Apart from that, yenchi oshe, utumi dibi biya ope. I'm say and then for bressa. Unya diabetes ye chew near my baby.
COVID and
unya stroke, ye chew near my baby. I mean chishe. Say baby. So you live a normal life.
Okay. You live a normal life. And who the role na here, but we are not trying to promote promiscuity. I said, unya yarena enyo hwe nti won so iye basa. If say enyo bia no wa kokuduro a obetime gina yare no enim. E sign say yare ne sha ase no ye tu no edin a ehu saa time no for free Cote d'Ivoire eba na duro ni ho. Gidi se saa time na ho na yare na sorry pa nti no. Bon say pictures are you why encrampine pictures and kwa but ene no asesa tisa when you be na wutifie na wo say untimi unko hospital mpo nkoje aduro na obi ehu a enye dura ekum the right bon asie no Bema on the fire from Owens.
Oh.
Or Hinfa.
Oh, that Accra here.
Now, unim say, what you kuna say, only in the fire and
warrior, but name
when you kuna. Na mamimi sa o yere bi ana okay o yere na e ba ne sa no wabona mane
en kanche
ana kanche no
mi hu sa ya me kanche mi hu kwan ya me fa so kanche because onye be ma o ye basabasa na he's too emotional.
Oh
on tesa me
wo de wani e dem
mi hu sa ne me kanche enti me find ways for miss bia me de be catching.
We say means ben a obefa so akachire be me o yere say akwasi ana ai kojo wo HIV mako test means mo HIV e that say na be catchire no
ane de bed
but say one country no so wa ha no so o ka say dey say wo for adre ka won so no matter how difficult it is what me catchire no na nka wa sha ase e for adro ono so wetima tnase ache ono so for nyansa kwan bi so abone yira ma na sese no yentimi hu se wo na de sane no so ono na de sane se na yire na de sane no
sese ano me fear ne se what is ono so ko check na ye negative me ne akola ne question be bizanze enya wa he
send it and say o man house sebe se wo na wo de sane no a na wo ye negative a wo de wa ka onyankopon mu no kre efri say no the ha adwene say you are thinking of stigma but no shouldn't be a problem say or no you negative and say oh man obi maybe obema so waja obi yire and na otare ho kakra so ho ana ne jai
me ne jai
ntu ne edintra ne jai
oh any
a long story and e mfa no ntonche but the me can say ka wutime bona mane ya wa save no say wa mo na mane ya onkwa na ho be ye den ho be ye fe na be man so me sure so ne jai kra also a nice person won't me interest yare ni nko no nti ella en wa dwen ho
okay anyway me fa so me catch
enye so be hwe kwan mbomodin na kachre ne say abrante di abani o dwen say ebi ano e negative ebi kra say ne say ebi kra ono so na de sana ewu o pa so ate ase nti udo no a kachre no misrew
na kachre
dame na be kachre
me trofia me friend
chia me say mbomodin na ensese ye telephone so
okay
me stress be friend
okay
na oba fi
okay
no aka no kre no ayede akre no say soon dey obesu then so wa na obetima chechire ne re oba the kind bo manager is interview
okay
so one no onkom opese wo interview
okay
o tiria obi bisa sa na den na we bet fanyansa kwan bi so
okay
na onhwe
okay
o hwe a ka kire no me gidi se no ebeboa ama o how o ho time because one day obi ho na one country na so owu a ebe how until for the rest of your life so na me ya adwen sa say you know said they are kobe you know me na ya cover wenim o dwen ho say bi adachi bi ube yi wenim no wabo ho there said they were confident after all yare no enkum
yes because obi on ma oni one check here you didn't know
sure
and before I think say sometimes no be me call hospital no ma me who say before do call woman na did do much
okay
na did do much and then I no musuo kwa na woro
and nti na me say bo be ma na mane e ma ni ndidi
okay
enche ma mi sa asem bi wo mfie sen
34
just all you young say wo kita kwada wo hunso fe wo yo ba wo atinka ebi me yesho so na mi nkrofo pelpa
yeah
ntu betina ho saa so say wanya HIV nti no onfa bema bi abiem ana se bema bi ba ube bold no akache ebe de nti
enya de ebi kwa no no po ni status nti oba
ever since owo ye bema bi asope
David
bema bi asope nti se bema obeba no onfa ya obi na onene na
no
obetima kanokrache
yes
Which is
they reckon so uncle checking the HIV status. So uncle checking we negative. No can say abranti me a positive.
Wow.
Yes. It is a one to me. Any one the kabia mem will be entry ashe. Yes.
A football bang and with the Bema Ghana for more show. Yakava when you move there. Then so a 117 now multi.
I can't share Ghana for this. Say, uncle checking your status. Now say we are positive. And you live a normal life. So everyone we are the local hospital. I'm away free. Free. Uko kolebwa na unse. Hey, for ya. Because for ya handy for now they any meal for back. Every day once a day. Once a day now offer. And you is it too stressful? Say we HIV positive.
Yo.
If I dry, you'll be fine. You live a normal life.
Na druno na nkofo ka say dru kakra ka bi sanete
shada anso sa.
Sa. Nti udidi wia.
Udidi enwumre na wafa. Na wakoda.
O sha say fa won ti pain bia wo ho ba bia. Wo ye okay.
And before I be ma wo be fe druno, wo be check your kidney.
Okay.
Yeah. Wo be check hepatitis. So many tests be running.
Okay.
For said that chimbi anko how kidney.
Okay.
So if you are healthy, now obi bia you okay. No problem bia.
You wait for said ye nu aba ella e dia to edwa no. Who status on temwa. That is the best. Who status on temwa. Eno ne beboa. Na emu ma yare no didi wo na esewo. Na ye ma wadura. Eduro no menyi ni se betima ye adwuma e betimi amawo enya ahoden. Crime Check Foundation, ye ne Joyce din komo area ne adwen say HIV AIDS education. Ye fesi na so. Nansen infections no kwa na eko esoro. Kane na time hu say education wo ho bebre. Be nansen ye time ti bibia. Ye be sre aban. Ese enimu ya. Onye bibi emfa ho. Ye de ye bebo ye de ya jesi ye na so say yenu na mo enya bi no ye no mo be din kita so na yabo dewuro de biara se de be ya won enya bi no won nya bi no won be hu de won be ye na won enya bi no o matimi atena se na omo a enjoy omo life na omo e be free mu ana ye emra nya me de ma won na asonti na won free mu won enya bi nso no etimi aboa wo mo na won aye ahweyie anomo nuro na won anya hoden e de atena ewiase e beda mu nyina ase obiara a wanya yare ne bi na wopese ofre Crime Check Foundation frey ye no behwehwe nkomo obiara wati ye ne ella interview yi nso no bigidi se wasua bibi wo ma enku ho HIV enkum enkrampan mre no etwam wopaso ye enkrampan dia ene na wa na ope sesi ye kasa yi dia enkrampan mre no etwam e science ye pese protect ye nua by identity eninti ne ye use edin ella no enye ne din ankasa ne ella ebi ana da ache bi obeyi na anim abodawura na obebo ono ankasa din edamu nyina ase dasene senyankopon ma hokwanya ebesa ba mo chimbia
Yo sika ya mfamu ati asifo na obiani mwawie ya wati saya wadaja ya nyama ati asifo na obiani mdachi ase unipa wa wanti na chi asem jaka yonini nyami ntemu asem iti sawo kuwe bia bwamine bwami wamra
and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And thank you for joining us of information. This will be our second opportunity to engage the good people of Ghana through you, our colleagues in the media, through this edition of the Minister's press briefing. This morning, as advertised, we are joined by the Honorable Minister responsible for lands and natural resources, who will speak to us about something very important that is going to happen within the Ghanaian Republic on the 11th of June. It's not just for the 11th of June. It starts from the 11th of June, but it is a project that is supposed to outlive that specific day and bring a lot of benefits to the environment and to the ecosystem. Now, often when you see us here, we are engaged in a battle, a fight against something. Today, you see us in a battle for, a fight for a sustainable environment. And though somewhere down the battle against irresponsible and illegal mining, we will get back on a reclamation and a big exercise. Today is a different conversation. It's the Green Ghana project. Why that project? What do we hope to achieve with that project? What is the scope of the project? What is the expected outcome? That is what the Honorable Minister responsible for Lands and Natural Resources is here to speak to us about this morning. Before I invite him to the podium, I want to acknowledge a number of persons who are here with us. Mr. John Alote is the Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission. He's here with us. The former board chair of the National Communications Authority is in the building, so we invited him to join us, Mr. Kweku Sechiado. The Deputy Minister Designate for Lands and Natural Resources, the Honorable George Mekuduka MP for Takonsioem, is here with us. The Honorable Fatima Abubakar, Deputy Minister Designate for Information, is here with us. And as I mentioned earlier, the Minister responsible for Lands and Natural Resources, Member of Parliament for the people of Damongo, the Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, is here with us. Minister, please join me. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Colleague members of government, members of the press. Let me begin, first of all, by thanking the Ministry of Information and this, as usual, exceptional Minister, the Honorable Kojo Oponkroma, for putting this press encounter together. Today, as the Minister for Information has already indicated, I'm here to, on behalf of government, give a briefing about the Green Ghana Day. And the Green Ghana Day and the project of Greening Ghana is a very important national undertaking which seeks to restore the forest cover of our country in the short to medium term. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it will surprise all of us. It's very startling to learn that as at 1900, the forest cover of Ghana stood at 8,200,000 hectares of forest cover. This forest cover is depleted by a whooping 80%. And today, as we speak, the forest cover of our country stands at just 1,600,000 hectares of forest cover. This is, to say the least, alarming. And therefore, the time for action is now. We've come to this point essentially through years of systematic degradation and forest degradation without the commensurate afforestation, aggressive afforestation. The experts will tell you that we have utilized our forest cover or our forest resources unsustainably. The issues of small-scale mining and the depletion of our forest cover, the harvesting of our trees in a very unsustainable manner, it's brought us to this point. And it is therefore the reason why, in accordance with the vision of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Green Ghana project was launched. And the Green Ghana project essentially is a well thought through project which is going to, over a period of time, systematically implement policies, programs, and action plans which will result in the restoration of the forest cover of our country. That is the determination, that is the goal, that is the vision. As part of the Green Ghana project is the Green Ghana Day, which is June 11th. So the project is a bigger project. It's a bigger project which is going to take us about 4 to 5 years to implement fully. And by which time, it is our belief that the forest cover of our country would have been sufficiently restored. But part of it also is a Green Ghana Day, which is going to take place on June 11th. Why Green Ghana Day? The first reason for Green Ghana Day is that we want to bring about the needed consciousness. We want to awaken our country for all of us to understand and appreciate the need for tree planting. So that's the first goal. And I'm sure all of us will attest to the fact that the conversation in Ghana today, amongst others, includes the tree planting exercise which is going to take place on Friday. So that's the first thing. I mean, if you go to Israel, for instance, the Republic of Israel, we are told that they have built a society which revolves around tree planting which revolves around afforestation, so much so that even when people go for picnic, the picnic is not complete until they plant a tree. And when you harvest one tree, you plant 2 or 3. So on a regular, sustainable basis, their forest cover is one that continues to be sustainable. They are able to harvest their forest resources, and yet they continue to plant. Ethiopia, sometime in 2019 or so, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia led 19 million Ethiopians to plant some 350 million trees in a day, we are told. And the culture of tree planting in Ethiopia is enhanced. This is exactly what we seek to do in Ghana. We want to build a level of consciousness in our country where tree planting becomes part and parcel of the Ghanaian people. 2, we want this undertaking to be national in character, and it should be collective action. It should be the responsibility of all of us, and by that I mean all of us: political parties, faith-based organizations, social clubs, educational institutions, media, ordinary citizens, residents in our country, corporate Ghana, diplomatic missions, all of Ghana, in terms of the funding, first of all, the logistical needs, and the manpower itself. So in many times in our country, most of the interventions are normally at the behest of government or at the behest of NGOs or at the behest of a certain constituency of our country or politicians. And so this one, the goal and the ambition we have is that it gets to a point where all of us in this country, everybody who lives in Ghana, residents, citizens, non-citizens, take it upon ourselves. That is our responsibility to make sure that we restore the forest cover of our country. The benefits of afforestation and the benefits of planting trees, those I believe we are all very familiar with. The matters of climate change, even the issues relating to economic growth in terms of planting economic trees and all of that we are very much familiar with them. So on June 11th, on Friday, what is going to happen? What we expect to happen on June 11th, first of all, is that we all should participate. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, through the Forestry Commission, has worked out an elaborate plan where, as much as possible, we will have seedlings dotted across the country. As we speak, the Forestry Commission, under the supervision of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, has worked out a program which has resulted in the production of some 6 million seedlings as we speak. The seedlings are going to be distributed to all Forestry Commission district offices, their regional offices, various malls across the country. The National Theatre in Accra will have seedlings, the ministries, and vantage points, the places where public places of our country, markets, and so on and so forth. And these seedlings are going to be available. And the expectation is that you walk to a point where you find a seedling, you pick the seedling, there will be guidelines as to how you plant the tree, and you plant the tree. When you plant the tree, we expect that you also take it upon yourself to nurture the tree until it gets to maturity. As part of the program is that we are seeking to work out a formula where the trees which will be planted will be economic trees. So we are talking about timber, we are talking about wawa, we are talking about neem, we are talking about rosewood, we are talking about share trees. And these are the rationale for this intervention is also so that in planting the trees, we are also making an investment for the future. The lifespan, the time it takes for timber, for instance, to mature, it's a long time. And now we do not have enough economic trees which can contribute to the national developmental agenda. And so part of it also is to ensure that we have economic trees. Now, we're going to also have a monitoring and evaluation team which will continue to monitor how well these trees do on a quarterly arrangement. And eventually, at the end of the year, on the first anniversary of the 2021 Green Ghana Day, we will take stock as to how we have fared. And there will be a comprehensive report delivered to the Ghanaian people. How many of the trees survived, for instance? How far have we gone? How many at what stage of development, and so on and so forth. So this is not going to be the usual thing where we plant the trees and we walk away. No. We plant the trees and we are going to nurse them, we are going to nurture them, and we are going to monitor in a very scientific way and in a very methodical way to ensure that we see to the progress of these trees. So basically, on that day, we are asking Ghanaians to come out in their numbers to support the exercise. Where can you plant a tree? You can plant a tree anywhere, literally. But the Forestry Commission is designated planting sites, degraded lands, where you can go and plant trees at. By the roadsides, by 100 meters away from the road. At your residence, you can plant a tree. School compounds, you can plant a tree. Community centers, open spaces in your towns, villages, and cities, you can plant trees there. So that is very important. I must also report that in collaboration with the Ministry of Education and the Ghana Education Service, we launched a week or so ago the One Student, One Tree initiative. And on June 11th, the estimation we have so far is that some 1.2 million Ghanaian students from primary to senior high school are going to be engaged in tree planting. As I said earlier, the biggest benefit we'll derive from it as a country will be the inculcation of the habit or the culture of tree planting in our kids. They will own the trees, they will have a sense of ownership, they will be responsible for the trees, and a year from today, when we take stock and when we begin to report on how well the trees have done, they themselves, I believe, will feel proud that they were part of the Green Ghana Day and that on that day they planted trees. So that is part of the Green Ghana Day agenda, which is the One Student, One Tree initiative. Let me also point out that we are very grateful to several institutions and organizations who have so far contributed significantly to the preparation towards June 11th and who have made commitment to support the efforts of government through the Ministry of Lands and Natural to plant at least, and the at least is emphasized, at least 5 million trees on the day. From the projections vis-a-vis what the Forestry Commission has already done in terms of the production of seedlings, and from the commitments we've received from across the country, I am very confident that on June 11th, we certainly will plant more than 5 million trees. For instance, the Church of Pentecost, the Church of Pentecost is committed to plant 1 million trees on that day. The Presbyterian Church of Ghana is committed to plant 1 million trees on that day. The Apostolic Church of Ghana is committed to plant 500,000 trees on that day. And as I said earlier, primary and secondary schools are going to plant 1,290,607 seedlings on that day. The Volta River Authority is committed to plant 245,000 trees on that day. And the Form Ghana Limited is committed to plant 136,219 trees on the day. My own church, the Catholic Church of Ghana, we are also going to plant 1 million trees on that day. Now, there is a window of opportunity for organizations and institutions to come forward, to step forward, to make their commitment as to the number of trees they will plant. And Honorable Minister for Information, if you indulge me, I should say that there cannot be any better corporate social responsibility than planting trees, than supporting this exercise. This is very much about the survival of our country. So all the conglomerates and the big businesses in our country and the corporations in our country, the Ghanaian people and the good people of Ghana are looking up to you. They are looking up to all the businesses of our country, the corporate institutions, the NGOs, faith-based organizations, and citizens in general to step forward to support this noble and godly endeavor. A good number of institutions have also stepped forward to make cash contributions. I know, for instance, that some banks have come forward and they've made some financial contributions. Our doors are still open, and we expect that various organizations will make it a point to contribute to the Green Ghana Day Fund, which is at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, to make the day a success. On Friday, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, at 1 p.m. at Jubilee House, at the lawn of Jubilee House, will plant the commemorative tree. The commemorative tree which will signify or symbolize that the Ghanaian people planted at least 5 million trees on June 11, the Green Ghana Day, will be undertaken by President Akufo-Addo. The Vice President will follow suit to plant a tree on that very day. The Speaker of Parliament will lead Parliament on June 11th to plant a tree at Parliament House. Members of Parliament are lacing their boots to lead their constituencies in all 275 constituencies to plant trees on that day. The Chief Justice, my Lord the Chief Justice, has been gracious enough to accept the request of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to lead the judiciary to plant a tree at the Supreme Court, at the premises of the Supreme Court. His Majesty the Asante-Hene Otumfuo Osei II will lead Asante-Man at the golf course of Kumasi to plant a tree. His Majesty the Yana will lead the chiefs of Northern Ghana and the chiefs and people of Northern Ghana to plant a tree in Yendi. The Ochenhene, His Majesty Osagyefo Amochi of Ropeni Ochenhene will plant a tree in Chebi. The Chief Imam will plant a tree on that day. And indeed, I should say, other high-ranking, the President of the National House of Chiefs, Ojia Oho, His Majesty Ojia Oho, will plant a tree. He will lead the National House of Chiefs to plant a tree. And other high-ranking officials of our country will plant trees. But even more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, is that the Ghanaian people are expected, and we are very hopeful and optimistic that on this day, we'll all spare an hour or two to step forward and step out to plant trees across the country. And indeed, the catchphrase and the slogan is that plant a tree, take a picture of it, and post it. I will do the same, and I'll post mine on my Facebook page. I expect that you do the same. I have a list here of those who've contributed so far to the 5 million Green Ghana projects. The chairman of the committee is insisting that I read all of it out because he wants to acknowledge them and also hopefully have some more inflows. Richie Plantation Limited has contributed 50,000. The Minerals Development Fund has contributed 100,000. The Minerals Commission 100,000. Trees have contributed 50,000 Ghana cedis. The ministry itself has contributed 100,000. Lands Commission 100,000. Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority 20,000. Bui Power Authority 20,000. Green Cycle E 20,000. Reverend Dr. Joyce R.I. 20,000. National Petroleum Authority 200,000. Namibia Embassy High Commissioner 1,000 Ghana cedis. Emirates Airline 3,000 Ghana cedis. Guinea Embassy 100 US dollars. There's an unknown 100,000. And West Africa Quarries Limited 200,000. Petroleum Commission 100,000. So these are the contributions so far, and that totals to about 1.1 million Ghana cedis. So the preparation and the organization of this day is gone far, is far advanced, and we at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, we are very confident that we've put ourselves in readiness for this big day, this historic day. Without doubt, this is going to be a very ambitious exercise, and it's going to be a major undertaking. But we've been working day and night for the past 3 or so months, preparing for this big day. I've been reliably informed that the international media is even found this very attractive and are beginning to comment on this. We should make it a big success. And God willing, next year, June 11th, 2022, on Green Ghana Day next year, we hope to plant 20 million trees. And in 2023, on Green Ghana Day, we hope to plant 50 million trees. And God willing, in 2024, on the 4th anniversary of Green Ghana, we hope to plant 100 million trees. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give you the breakdown of the regional distributions of seedlings. Ahafo, we've distributed 170,000 seedlings. Ashantis received 1 million. Bono is received 250,000. Bono East, 300,000. Central Region, 400,000. Eastern Region, 750,000. Greater Accra Region, 450,000. Oti, 150,000. Northern, 250,000. Northeast, 120,000. Savannah, 250,000. Upper East, 170,000 seedlings. Upper West, 150,000 seedlings. Volta Region, 200,000 seedlings. Western, 250,000. Western North, 420,000. Totaling 5,280,000 seedlings have been distributed as we speak. So, distinguished members of the press, I must thank you for your attention and conclude my initial remarks by calling on Ghanaians, all and sundry, residents of Ghana, to come out in their numbers on Friday, June 11th, for us to plant at least 5 million trees to restore the forest cover of our country. And not just plant them, but nurture and nurse them to maturity. Let's go planting 5 million trees. Greening Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister responsible for lands and natural resources, and I would ask you to stay at the podium. Colleagues, this is a kind of brief that you usually don't get a lot of questions, but I am actually hopeful that there may be a few issues that you want clarification on. So, the microphone is available. Just give me a wave where you are, and we will be happy to take your questions. As always, we are still biased towards the ladies, so if a lady puts up her hand, we'll skip all the men and go to the ladies first. In the absence of, there's a lady here. So, gentlemen, you have to hold on. There are two ladies. So let me take the ladies and I'll come to this positive discrimination. Yes, madam.
Good afternoon. My name is Benis Abubeidulansa. I work with Joy News. My question is about how you're hoping to protect the remaining 1 million hectares as we embark on this project. Because you've mentioned that we are going to be planting mostly economic trees, which take a while. So what are you going to do to preserve what is already existing so that you're not counter working? And the other thing is, in an earlier report I saw online when this project was launched, we mentioned that we were going to use this to help address the impact of illegal mining. I just want to find out if we will need, especially with regards to lands that have been devastated by illegal mining, whether we'll need to do extra work on those lands or we'll just go ahead to plant the trees, and will that work for us? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a lady in yellow. The back? Yes, madam, let me hear from you.
My name is Nancy Vokania and I work with TV3. In 2019, we interviewed a gentleman from the Green Republic. It's an NGO. And he first mentioned a National Tree Planting Day after doing some work with the late Sir John, providing seedlings and other things.
Now see if you can speak up so that we can hear you better.
Our sources say that the Green Republic presented a document and a roadmap for the National Tree Planting Day to the presidency. So we'd like to know if that initial engagement is part of why this is happening. We want to know if our government is listening to our youth when they bring up some of these ideas. Yes.
Thank you. There was a gentleman who had a hand up here, and then I'll come down this way. Did you have your hand up? No, you didn't. Okay, so let me take the two here. Let me take the two gentlemen here. Did you have your hand up? Yes, so please. And then I'll come to the two of you here. Yeah.
My first question is, what went into the decisions in terms of the distribution of the seedlings to the regions, especially looking at the factors involved that you looked at? And secondly, if there is any update on the fourth phase of Operation Halt. Yes, because we've been visiting some of the sites, the river bodies.
But you're done with your questions?
Yes, some of the communities, the water bodies are still bad.
Okay. Well, thank you. You would recall that I think last week or so, the Minister for Defense was here to give the updates on the fourth phase of Operation Halt. When we come back with another update on that one, we'll deal with it. Today we're talking Green Ghana. Yes, sir. Two.
My name is John Awuni. I represent Kesben. I just wanted to know, on the June 11th, after the planting,
a year later or a year after the planting, what measures we put in place to make sure that the 5 billion trees that we planted will survive the Herculean task of the weather, and possibly if watering and other things is not taken into consideration, how are the trees going to survive?
Okay. GNA, you usually have like 5 questions. Today, no more than 2. We beg of you.
Thank you. I wanted to also adapt to what the lady said, that because we learned the soil has been polluted by mercury, cyanide because of the illegal activities. So we wanted to find out whether there was any measures to get rid of those substances that could affect the growth of these trees, if government would do something about it, so that we will not get them dying early. Then my second question is, I want to add up to what the lady said concerning the Green Republic project. And this gentleman has been advocating for this national tree planting for over 10 years, has been doing it and planted over 16,000 trees across the country, funded by him. And so we at least wanted him to be part of the planning committee of this Green Ghana, but I learned he is not even part. So we wanted to find out if government will assign him a specific role to play to bring his experience to bear.
So does government have any plans to onboard persons
to bring
who are
his
already in the area?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Let me
and
get
then
reactions.
The costs
Let me
of
get
this
reactions.
project,
I have to cut
costs.
it down, and then let me go to reactions. Minister.
Yes, sir. So thank you very much. Thank you. The lady from Joy News wants to know what the measures we're going to put in place to deal with the existing forest cover of our country. Multiple interventions will be made. The first one, the fight we are waging on illegal small-scale mining in itself is an intervention which will help in terms of the forest cover of our country. I'm sure you are familiar with the new arrangements we've put in place, which says that they can no longer be mining in forest reserves of our country. That's protecting the forest reserves of our country. The exercise of the minister's discretion in the grant of concessions for purposes of harvesting trees in the forest reserves and so on and so forth. That is a discretion that I have to exercise and exercise carefully. Because as I said earlier in my remarks, the sustainable utilization of the forest resource of our country must be a key ingredient when the minister is exercising his discretion as to how he grants concession for timber merchants to go and harvest wood and so on and so on. So that's the second one. And the third one, generally, is the enforcement mechanism by the Forestry Commission itself. And I'm very confident in the Chief Executive Officer of the Forestry Commission, a very capable man, and I know that he's put in place an array of measures to ensure that the forest cover of our country is protected and that we continue to police and safeguard what we have now. The issue of the degraded or mined out lands, there's a program the ministry is working out, which will be dubbed the National Reclamation Program. We've gone far with it. It's a matter that we have a whole technical committee chaired by Deputy Minister Duka in my ministry, which is being worked on assiduously, and they've gone very far with it. Where we're going to roll out, we've just been discussing here, a whole program which will ensure that we reclaim degraded lands. But this Green Ghana Day, we are not going to plant trees at degraded lands. We're not going to plant trees at places where the soil has already been polluted. The Forestry Commission is used very expert and scientific means in determining where we should plant the trees. They are very clear in their minds that where these trees are going to be planted, the trees will survive. The formula for distribution, the matters to do with, for instance, where you have land banks, first of all, where you have a place where you can plant a lot of trees, the places where we have a lot more deforestation. If you take, for instance, the northern part of our country, you can be rest assured that there the issues of deforestation and the depletion of our forest cover is more alarming. And so they've taken all of that into account, and they've come out with a very expert determination as to which region needs how many number of trees. There's also the question about a young man who has been waging a crusade about how we should all be involved in planting trees, and I'm told that he's even gone ahead to plant 16,000 trees. why not? If I get the details of this young man, I'll be very happy to speak to him, and whatever collaboration we can engage in with the person, we'll be very happy to do that. I mean, I learned on Facebook yesterday that a lady from Nkranza, an elderly woman from Nkranza, on her own, has already planted 500 trees or so. I got the officials of my ministry to reach out to her, and I'm scheduled to have a meeting or a discussion on the phone with her to find out how we can support her. So as I said from the very beginning, we really want Ghanaians to own this enterprise, because that's the only way it can be sustainable. And we are happy to collaborate with anybody who is determined to work with us. Operation Hall, the minister is responding to it, but just so that I make a comment, the matter of small-scale mining and illegal small-scale mining, it cannot be an event. It's not possible. It's a process. We can't resolve illegal small-scale mining in our country overnight. Respectfully, I should submit and do so forcefully. If you understand that industry and the complexity of the industry, you will appreciate that it will require some time, it will require sustained effort. And what is refreshing, in my view, is that there is absolute commitment and will to resolve the matter of illegal small-scale mining in our country. Thank you.
I think GNA had a few questions, but one of them was included earlier in fact, both of them. So you've dealt with both of them. I'll take a final batch of questions. Nana, you have your hand up. Kojo, you have your hand up. We are not accustomed to shouting questions across. Just raise your hand. I'll send the microphone to you. Okay? So Nana is here. Kojo is there. Is there anybody else? GNA, I'll come back to you. So that will be our final three. Yes, sir. Nana, let's start with you.
Yes, sir. Honorable Minister, you did indicate that you are going to plant only economic trees. But yesterday...
Not only. As much as possible. Not only. We'll plant other trees as well.
Okay, then let me drop that question.
Yeah.
And we are aware that the former CEO, the deceased Sir John, embarked on youth in rural afforestation, and they have done a lot of work. Are you going to incorporate it into this exercise? Or they are going to be one here, the other one there, because I want to know the collaboration with that program.
The youth in afforestation?
Yes. Are you going to incorporate it into it, or you are going to do a different thing altogether? Okay. And then my second question, small-scale mining, some are ongoing still, and you are saying that those places that have been depleted, they are not going to be taken into account. What of the places that have not been depleted? People are going to mine there, the new areas, the virgin areas that they are going to mine. How are you going to monitor? Because this book can do anything, because once they want the gold, they can just uproot any tree and trade. So if you plant new trees at virgin areas that have not yet gone there, how are you going to monitor and make sure that they do not destroy those trees?
Thank you. There was another hand at the back. Yes, Kojo? Not more than two, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay, so last 3 weeks, Honorable Lands and Natural Resource Minister said that he's going to table before Cabinet some reforms or legal reviews in terms of the sanction regime for those who breach the mining laws. Any updates on that? Have you tabled before Cabinet the reviews in terms of strengthening the legal regime? And then secondly, let me just read it out straight. A major challenge to keeping our forests is illegal felling of trees and galamsey activities. We've been taking steps to address these things, but then the major thing that we need to do, we constantly hear of rosewood trade increasing and how it is increasing. What are we doing to ensure that this tree we are planting don't fall victim to these activities of illegal felling? Once we are saying that we're going to prioritize economic trees.
So the protection mechanism. GNA, your final question, one, and then we'll wrap up.
This is a short to medium term project, and so by the next 4 years, this project is going to be sustained. I want to find out how much government has projected to spend on this project, apart from what donors will bring. What government has budgeted for this project? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much. So, Kojo, let me just try and answer your question. I mean, today is Green Ghana Day. Respectfully, Honorable Minister, I will indulge my good friend Kojo not to permit me not to get into the matters of galamsey. So I believe that the minister said we'll have another opportunity to discuss galamsey, and I'll answer all the questions relating to galamsey. Nana is asking about youth in afforestation. They are very central to whatever we are doing. The youth and afforestation program is a government intervention which seeks to employ young people to be involved in afforestation schemes. So they are very central in the work we do. I do know that they've had concerns about the delay in their payment, but I've just been informed and that efforts have been made, and as we speak, some payments have been effected, and we are working with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that all of their outstandings will be paid to them. But without doubt, they are absolutely integral when it comes to the Green Ghana Day and the efforts that we are making. The protection of the forest reserves and the trees we plant. Always remember one thing. The core mandate of the Forestry Commission is to protect the forest reserves of our country. That's their core mandate. So in addition to the afforestation schemes we have, and in addition to the greening efforts that we are embarking upon, part of their mandate, and in fact central to the existence of the Forestry Commission, is the protection of the forest reserves of our country. They have forest guards and they have all kinds of tools which are to be deployed for the protection of the forest reserves of our country. So the Forestry Commission, as I say, have an elaborate program to ensure that these trees, when planted, will be protected, will be nurtured, will be nursed, and as I've indicated to you, there will be an element of accountability in this whole thing. Next year, we're not going to put Ghanaians out into the field to go and plant trees, only for us to go to bed. And then a year after, it will become the effort that would have made will not amount to much. So we're going to report to the Ghanaian people at the end of on a quarterly basis and on the anniversary of Green Ghana Day, before we call on them again to plant some more trees come 2022, God willing. We should tell them how well we've done with the exercise they were involved in. So that is a key component of the whole arrangement we have. The issue of how much we are going to spend. The chairman of the committee is here, and he's still struggling for money, actually. So it's still an exercise that we are embarking on, and I believe that if there's a need for us to account, we will do so. But do contribute, and why not? Yourself, come and make some contribution. We'll be very happy to receive your contributions. So, Honorable Minister, I think these are the questions, and these are the answers that I can give for now. But just to conclude by submitting and doing so very forcefully that this is going to be a big day for our country. This is the most ambitious single intervention in terms of afforestation in the history of our country. We've never had an occasion where we are going to have to plant these number of trees before. And so this is a Ghana project. This is a project for all of Ghana. And I should say that there are a good number of people from across the political divide, from across the spectrum of our country, who have been very cooperative and who have been very supportive, and we are very grateful for that. Let us all get out on this day and let us make a big statement that the Ghanaian people and the people who live in this country are determined to preserve our country and ensure the survival of our country, as well as also the survival of our globe, of our world. And we all know the issues of climate change and the warming of our planet, and the need for us to act with urgency. The seedlings are going to be free, so anybody who comes to sell a seedling to you, please take note that government is worked out a scheme where we're going to take the full cost of the seedlings, so nobody should sell a seedling to anybody. On June 11th, Green Ghana Day, let's go planting 5 million trees. Let's green Ghana. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, thank you for your presentation, straight to the point and very lucid. That outlines what we are seeking to achieve with this Green Ghana project, starting off with Green Ghana Day on June the 11th. Shortly, I'll play back on the screen the President's endorsement of this particular activity. But as you resume your seat, I just want to highlight a few things that you've mentioned. A number of trees, including economic trees. You've also spoken about the One Student, One Tree initiative to support this. The big date, it starts off on June 11th. It's not a one-day affair, but it starts off on the 11th of June. And Honorable Minister speaks of an all-of-society approach, everybody involved, not just us sitting down and watching some people plant trees, but all of us involved. He talks about a collaboration with other organizations and institutions, listed a number of them and the numbers that they are committing to. We want to encourage you to possibly talk to your media managers. Your organization can also participate and join us. Maybe some 60 trees or 50 trees, 100 trees here. It's not just about, talking about it, but it's also practicing what we preach. So we want to encourage you, our colleagues, that your organizations can also join us. And then the Honorable Minister spoke about the commemorative tree that will be planted by His Excellency the President, and it will be supported by a number of other persons across the country, the Chief Justice, the Speaker of Parliament, a number of traditional rulers. Honorable Minister, I think you left one out. Obrimpon Dubi Inti. The Ofonse Mahin will also be planting a tree in the Ofonse Yerebi constituency. I think you left that one out. So, colleagues, let's play that clip, and we'll say thank you to all of you for being with us this morning. I want to say thank you to the Honorable Fatih Abubakar. I want to say thank you to the the Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission, who is here with us. I want to say thank you to the Honorable George Mekuduka, Deputy Minister Designate. The Honorable Benito, he was running around fetching some more seedlings, so he joined us. And then the Honorable Minister Samuel Abujinapo as well. Thank you all for being with us.
June has been dead.
Green Ghana Day.
Fellow Ghanaians, Friday, 11th June has been designated as Green Ghana Day. I will, as President of the Republic and as co-chair of the eminent group of advocates of the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, lead the effort in planting 5 million trees on that day. We cannot sit by and watch as our trees, flora and fauna are wiped out. Our very existence is tied directly to the survival of trees. Without the oxygen that is produced by trees, we cannot survive as humans. So on Friday, 11th June, the tree planting exercise will ensure that we're not only sowing seeds just for one day, but also for generations to come. I urge all Ghanaians to join this clarion call and help preserve our environment. After planting the 5 million trees, let us help nurture them and make sure that they survive. Lend your support to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources as it executes this ambitious national assignment. On Friday, 11th June, I, Nana Adodanko Akufo-Addo, will plant a tree, and I
Green Ghana Day.
Our life support system. Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, But that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
We sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I'm delighted to be supporting the GhanaWeb road safety campaign. Let's be brutally frank. We are losing too many of our compatriots. The last time I checked the statistics, at the end of April, 1,034 Ghanaians had lost their lives to road crashes. We cannot continue on this trajectory. More people have died on our roads than COVID has killed during this pandemic period. That's really striking. We cannot continue doing the same thing and yet expect different results. Expect that some way, somehow, we'll reverse this deadly trend. We need to end the fatalities. We need to end the road crashes. We all now must take greater responsibility. Make sure our cars are serviced, our brakes are serviced regularly. We must ensure that as car owners, we do not hand over our cars to drivers or to our children who have not been properly licensed to use our vehicles. And let us just watch the speed and be extra cautious on our roads. Let's obey road traffic regulations and respect the signage on our roads. The carnage, the fatalities cannot continue. We must end the mass murder that is going on in our country due to road traffic accidents. It has to end, beginning from me, beginning from you. So let us do right and let us save lives.
The journey began on the Legon bypass, what is usually called the Game Pass stretch. From the start of the road at Jolu to about half of the journey, it was pitch black. The only source of light was from the headlights of vehicles which plied the stretch. The bushy nature of this area makes it easy for armed robbers to attack commuters in the deep of the night. Many have fallen prey to these unscrupulous persons who have taken advantage of the absence of lights on the stretch to lay siege and attack unsuspecting victims. Our hopes were raised a little into the journey with a few street lights in sight. These, however, were only on the right road from the Jolu stretch, and some of these were dysfunctional. Just a few meters to the main road that links Hachu to Atomic, the street lights went dead again, and vehicles had to struggle through the darkness and the terrible pothole-ridden stretch to join in. We continued to the Medina Ebri Highway, where we noticed a rather interesting happening. The right side of the road after the Atomic Junction runabout and towards Adenta was very well lit with bright street lights, whereas the street lights on the left side of the road from the SDA junction were all dysfunctional. The dark roads posed a serious threat, especially to pedestrians who still had to cross from one side to the other of the road. They could easily be knocked down. At the Legon Mall and Commercial Bank area, the street lights were back, but just briefly, because from that area, all through the streets around the University of Ghana, through Okponglo to Shiashi, the street lights which were mounted wouldn't even blink. They were completely off, and the streets were clouded in darkness, but for the lights from buildings and vehicles which reflected on the road. Some pedestrians who use the stretch regularly spoke about how unsafe they feel, while some drivers told me how the absence of lights on the stretch has contributed to some road accidents in the past.
I've seen it to be detrimental to human and also as well as us. Mostly at Okponglo during 12 a.m. or 11 p.m. that way. You can just be on the bus stop and somebody will just take your phone. Use a knife to start. Recently, a guy was visiting up. You work on Lego campus as a pharmacist. Going home, he was being stabbed on the way, and the phone I'm taking and he died. So I think that the street lights, the absence of the street lights causing more harm to people using this lane, particularly, you know. When you are waiting on the government, this problem will not be solved because government go, government come, but Ghana remain. So I think that the citizens, we must gather ourselves that no, if this is the problem, let's also contribute something.
How is that going to be? This is the responsibility of institutions that have been put in place.
Okay, it can be done with a trustable people that are well known in a lane of Shiashi to Okponglo, that they can do that.
You know, this street light is on and off. Sometimes it might be on. Sometimes for the whole week, there will be no street lights, particularly from here up to the next junction. What is the name? Okponglo. All the time, and how the criminals are worrying people here in this bus stop. In fact, it's very uncomfortable. My last bad experience was last year when we were here to pick a car with a friend to our end, and when the throttle came, but by then there was no car, so people were rushing for the truck to join the throttle. So my friend who is with me, in fact, we don't know the person was a criminal. He was having dressed nicely like somebody close from work. And he was following my friend. So, but we were all struggling for the car. And all of a sudden, he picked my friend's phone. I feel very bad. It's insecure because, you know, to stand here, even when you are standing here without a light, you are not safe.
or any new prime now, Miss Ru. So be from a Chiba Cramming, one shower deep sick and I say no better me for me. I said, the saw share me so light no so a ma who are cry who that's true. And I be the Gina this year, obedient, which you know this can be a woman or this can or who atomic dashing bar. Last time is almost say on floor be say Koshi force a day and omoji student for on the phones na teacher a man. So once we soon can grant last time kwana soldier for na a petrol or say omo ma say in opportunity. So almost so light na ma obia na obia ho tons.
Those people who are caring for these street lights and they have to manage. They have to, the government to come into this, or no, even not in particular this place, but the whole of the country, street light, where this, because if the street light is gone, if something bad is going on, at least somebody somewhere can see what is going on.
Tama kufoye Medina to the Tetakwasi runabout the year. Me who say light biana so da. Me who say street light biana so da. Who can cross and the one who yana the Wubomutu. The piano, the Meka said, the Yania, Yanamed in the council, and I drop a four. Or said the one on council, I would told her the was. He said, a council to one raise a Siana, the Ubakunipa. Will be a hoodie, we can say, we can say, Medina, and it will chum. 12 born Emma Miana, the Mefano, and the quarter 7. He said, the Davas were, and I'm saying, Natalia and the sharing to me. A quan should be a madam, baby, light off.
Next was the Accra Tema motorway. Here, the team noticed that some street lights that were fixed from the Tetekwashi interchange towards the motorway were off. This pattern ran through till a few meters before the toll booth, where the functioning street lights could be counted. From the toll booth, just about 3 street lights were working, then everything went black. Intermittently, a number of street lights would show up, with a few dysfunctional ones, till we got close to the road that leads to the Tema Community 18 junction, where the streets lit up again. Some taxi drivers who transport passengers into adjoining communities, including 18, 20, and 22 from that runabout, shared their frustrations.
Motorway light in any humanity. Ya kureye ngwa light anansi ombeye from Accra mo hono mo bepem manet. Ben onam hono mo oba bebia yitum. Ndi se light mraiti kakre bi pe anjwa be boni ba de se motorway no so nipa cross so anyhow. To at least mistake be boni pa. The light in it dear. From Hano Mokonyina, Makuma, Kodundum, Mokakan, almost say, go for churchon where ye be near the ade, and so you whom the echo. Accident, nominally we say, and Nipa Kumia, because Obi Bonipa, Nadia Obejina, or Bako, and as a cabin to do, and him as a car and it light in Yaduma pay. We at least over Kako Bonito. At the accident in a year and every bed by the year. Light in almost see ya be drew as for her free hand more bad dear. Light in near baby, I to Piano dear, a hooper serious.
And I would see age man.
Yeah, no police for what I've observed so far is say street lights no around it helps a lot. Because first on Nanka won't say your job bag or your job phone, what else about. Say light in here open, sir, and I say very clear. Or be obedi boneno, he doesn't get access. I don't know, say street lights, no, man ready budget and can say 100, say can was and I don't know.
As you see a light in the baba, then Chevy and a cough. A cough, Ness and a rubber for suit that to me happens line be or I Juma line be so one night.
I think that if you highlight after here, it's okay. You can all hear the darkness. So if you are come from what we said, someone want to do something with you, you not see the person. But if you let there, the time you are there, no, you saw the person.
The tour continued through Sakumono to Teshi as well as Labadi. On this route, not a single street light could be found on the main road. The Sakumono road was mostly lighted by the traffic lights on the road, but at Teshi, on the bush road, there was barely any light because the sides of the roads were mostly overgrown with bushes. All through the Labadi Beach Hotel area to the Accra High Street, lined up on the streets were several street lights which were mounted without power. A few lights from the new court complex and the Supreme Court lighted up the streets a little, but after that, the entire stretch was pitch black. These residents who reside around the Accra High Street had this to say.
How this place is by this time, it is getting to 10 o'clock now, but this place is very dark. It is very bad for this environment should be here by this time So like it's very, very bad at this time of day that you can see. Once this place is leading to the Supreme Court over there, it's very bad. They should do their much effort, everything they can do as possible, that they fix all the bulbs, even the street pole are there, but the lights are not on always. I don't know.
This evening we were just discussing about what is happening. We were passing and the car just came to pass. And doing this without no lights, street lights, might even cause accidents. Because if I'm crossing the road right now, so far as there's no lights, a car coming from the far can't see me. So to that, it can even cause road accidents. It's very bad. I don't even understand how come like we have a big places which are around. We have our elderly people passing, they are not making any effort. It's very bad.
Yeah, it's a hard drink too much. One year careful pay, I'm the due. Mrs. People and then I want about Tom Bango. On so that's a never, Petran apron say. Which are apron say, no this can coin our money send. Mitina, when you were man and one in Danny farm, Miss Cylinder Mafa. Mitoni Tuesday, the following Wednesday, I'm fan. And not 2 days in poor means. And Timantiman to be. And I'm due to report our immediately. Lankalai to hold the answer of a fan, Nipper Bakum, Behun, it's answer Hannah Esum, to be a noir, or Behun. I'm boy and lighting.
Our next stop was the Achimota Forest Enclave. From the runabout that leads into the forest road to the area where the police station is located, all through to Christian Village, no street lights had been mounted. Our final stop was the Ofankor barrier. Here, there were mounted street lights, but they were all off. The road was dark all through, and the only lights that could be seen were those from the traffic lights and vehicle headlights. Here are highlights of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign Team's tour of some key areas in the capital left in complete darkness. Of course, we couldn't cover every major road covered in darkness here in the capital of Accra. But this is just to give you a fair idea how bad the situation is. Question is, what are authorities like the National Road Safety Authority and the Ghana Highway Authority doing to fix the situation? Or is it just another case of waiting till elections to get it fixed? Lighting on our roads is possible, and authorities need to sit up and get it fixed. I am Wandami Hagan, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
So I thought you would have had some 1 or 2 hobbies here, at least, so that we will put it on record. Mr. Chairman, do you have any hobbies? Honorable nominee, apart from studying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the truth is that he earned the name Capito because of his soccer skills. And I was the coach. But as far as my hobbies, I have reading there because I read all the time. I like reading, you know, and I don't sleep that much because I have to read late into the night. Textbooks and storybooks, etc., etc. So if he knows of other hobbies, Mr. Chairman, I'll discuss that with him when the committee discharges me. But this is what I can say for now. Thank you, Chairman.
You're done. Very well. Honorable Zuini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Congratulations to the honorable nominee. I raise my hand to volunteer to fill that portion of his CV. But Chairman didn't catch, I didn't catch the Chairman's eye, so I'll let it pass. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, the honorable nominee, together with the honorable ranking member, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, in our secondary school days, were those we looked up to in terms of their academic laurels. And you asked earlier about his nickname. Students, as we were at the time, rushed to attend their extra classes that they organized for free, just to inspire and motivate the generation that was after them. At the time, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the ranking member, was known as Haruni Kons because of his prowess when it came to the subject economics. And Honorable Aminanta was equally versatile, especially what I used to enjoy most was his motivational speeches when he visited GIMSA programs in our various schools. He had in-depth knowledge of the Quran and all of that. He was a teacher. And so, Mr. Chairman, when I look through his CV, I see the number of languages that he puts there. Dagbanli, spoken and written. English, spoken and written. Arabic, he only writes written, without indicating if he speaks it or not. And a colleague earlier was asking if it is an indication that he is one of those who know how to use the Quran for spiritual purposes. Those that are mistakenly referred to as malams in the local dialect. Is that the case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I did not write spoken because I've lost my fluency. And I wasn't sure if somebody on the committee was going to ask me to say certain words in Arabic. So this is why I put written there. But in response to Honorable Sohini, yes, I've studied the Quran. I write Arabic well. I can interpret some sections of the Quran, and that was why I was able to give them the motivational speeches. But let me also come back to the point he made about the minority leader and I providing free tuition to students in Tamale. The minority leader actually was our senior, and we used to go and stand by the window because any class that he taught was full to capacity. And so that inspired me a lot, and I followed his steps. Subsequently, other younger ones followed my steps, you know. And so we were doing this without charging. We were doing it from our heart because we felt that we needed to mentor and to support our younger ones to also climb the academic ladder. So that was the reason we were doing it, and I have not regretted that.
Indeed, and I think you have achieved your aim, and we thank you. Our generation thank you for that motivation, the two of you especially. We continue to look up to you. Now let's look at some substantive issues. You practically set up ASEP. And at the time you led ASEP, the government of Ghana entered into a deal with a Dubai company to bring the Ameri plant. At a time, Ghana was hit with an age-long energy crisis. Your colleague deputy, the last time he appeared, indicated that today Ameri is to be put up in the Ashanti region to augment our power generation capacity. You led ASEB, together with other civil society organizations, to heavily criticize that deal and indicated that instead of government paying $530 million for that transaction, it could have been gotten for less. In fact, some suggested that it was inflated by $150 million US. There was a promise by the New Patriotic Party at the time to review the deal if it got the reins of government. Thanks be to God, they did. Set up a 17-member committee that went to Dubai and other places to investigate this deal. That committee also found itself engulfed in some controversies. But eventually, the much-awaited review was to be brought to Parliament with new partners. Miscellaneous became the new name of the Ameri. Unfortunately, many critics thought it was even more terrible if the first deal was bad. It led, in some say, to the dismissal of the then minister that you worked under, Mr. Boakye Jaco. Now, ASEP, led by a different person, Boakye, also indicated and agreed with critics that the renegotiated deal that came to Parliament was worse than the previous deal you led ASEP to criticize. My question to you is, what happened? What went wrong? With your knowledge at ASEP, with your position at the Energy Ministry, how come the renegotiated deal was roundly condemned the way it was condemned, leading to the dismissal of the then substantive Minister of Energy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I indicated earlier, my role at the ministry was in the petroleum sector. And so I wasn't part of the negotiation team that negotiated this largely power issue. When I got involved with Ameri was when the president asked the Honorable Ameo to renegotiate that. And so he set up another team, and I'm sure he recognized that I had some input to make. And so he included me in the negotiation team. And we were able to renegotiate a better deal for Ghana, because what was brought to Parliament was about 13% less in the cost, in the original cost of Ameri. And so we reduced the total cost of Ameri by 13%. We also improved on the payment terms, because we were supposed to pay some $90 million US to them at a go, but we managed to spread it over time. And in addition to this, we managed to get them to exempt the payment from interest accumulation. And so they also gave us a discount, further discount. And so the renegotiated one, led by the Honorable Ameo, was, in my view, a better deal. And that was when I made direct contribution to the negotiation. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, even that too has been criticized because of the tenure, and cumulatively, some say it is still expensive, but I'll leave it for another discussion.
Mr. Chairman, the tenure hasn't changed. It's the same tenure. We didn't change the tenure. 5 years.
Thank 5 years.
Chairman. Yes.
Then I think that at this time, per the original contract, Ameri plant should be that of Ghana's. Is that the case? As
yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you for the information. So let's look at OMCs and BDCs too. You had a number of issues. You raised a number of concerns with regard to how they took advantage of the deregulation at the time to, if you like, price as if they were operating a cartel, when that shouldn't have been the case. You did a number of calculations at ASEP that showed that the pricing window allowed them to either reduce prices further in some cases or increase minimally in some cases. But you thought the uniform pricing suggested some collaboration to cheat the consumer. Nothing much has changed since you became Deputy Minister of Energy.
Mr. Chairman, a lot has changed because the deregulation policy has been religiously implemented. If you take 3 petrol stations out there, you will see variation in their prices. The variation may not be significant. There may be marginal variation, but you will see variation in their prices. And that's a reflection of a deregulated market, as opposed to the regulated market, where there was catalysis, either at the BDC level or at the OMC level. But with the full introduction of the deregulation policy, I think that we have seen some changes. We still need to do more on the deregulation, but there will be consequences. Because at the moment, you have a petrol station selling the same price across all its outlets, even though they are in different places where cost differential may occur. So is it possible for a station, one OMC, to be selling at a price lower than the price they're selling at another location? Because when they take cargoes, the distances are not the same. You know, and so we need to look further into how to improve on the market, the deregulated market, but certainly there will be some consequences because some people may not understand why, you know, this OMC is selling at a lower price here than another area. And this is the role the UPPF is playing, the Unified Petroleum Pricing Formula is performing. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, ExxonMobil. The minority, even before this year, due to some concerns, predicted that if care was not taken, ExxonMobil was going to exit this country. They have. What happened? Could we have prevented that?
I don't remember he has responded to that. I think when you stepped out, so
okay,
you...
Sorry about that. Thank you. You also had concerns with our lack of a gas plan as a country. Discover gas in commercial quantities.
Mr. Chairman, as far as gas plan is concerned, we have the gas master plan, which was done under the NDC regime. The MPP inherited it, and we improved upon it. We reviewed and improved upon it, and it's being implemented. So we have a master plan which is being implemented. As far as implementation is concerned, the separation of Ghana gas from GMPC is one of the issues in the gas master plan. Pricing is another issue, and you know that we have been able to reduce gas price from $8.8 per million BTU that we inherited from the NDC to 6.08 dollars per million BTU, because the plan required that cheaper gas was sold in Ghana. If we have to patronize and the Energy Commission. There is also the discussion on what role GMPC should play, either as an aggregator or Ghana Gas playing that role. Those discussions are still ongoing. Fortunately, my minister then asked me to chair the gas task force, which was overseeing the implementation of the gas master plan. And we've done.
Unlucky Anta, probably he could be minister, not deputy senior to Obiamwa. But Chairman, just where he left it with the Honorable Soyene, I have with me here Act 541 and Act 800 of 2010 and 541 of 1997. In your response to the Honorable Soyene and earlier to Honorable Muntaka, you are thinking of some measures. For us in Parliament, Chairman is very good at putting question on it. Those who understand it, the long title of a bill, you are now here, you would appreciate it better, gives us indication what the primary purpose of the legislation is. And for Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, it reads, an act to amend the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission Act 1997 to impose a levy on electricity and natural gas transmission services and other prescribed public utility services. Now, when you come to the Energy Commission Act, it reads, an act to establish an Energy Commission provides for its functions relating to the regulation, management, development, and utilization of energy resources. I do not see how these two can sit in harmony. I fail to see it. Tell me why you think that Energy Commission must be merged with PURC. I remain unconvinced. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, there is a fourth law the minority leader did not mention, the establishment, PURC establishment law, which also empowered PURC to regulate, just as Energy Commission empowered by its establishment law to regulate. What he referred to in relation to PURC is the Regulatory Levy Act, which they are supposed to impose on utilities for purposes of generating revenue to manage the authority. Mr. Chairman, I used to be a member of the commission of the PURC. And so I know that the economic regulation PURC does somehow is not comprehensive if they cannot do technical regulation, because they have to shuffle between Energy Commission and PURC to be able to do a comprehensive work. And so if we want to avoid over-regulation, then you need an institution, one stop shop, where both economic and technical regulation takes place. Because of the circumstance under which PURC was set up, at that time, petroleum prices were increasing, arbitrarily. And so it was set up without, thinking that technical regulation will also be important. But we've learned our lessons. When we set up Petroleum Commission, we decided to add technical and economic regulation in one regulation. And this is the proposal that is being discussed for the merger of the two institutions. Thank you, Mr.
Chairman, I appreciate the nominee's answer. As I recall, I worked with the Honorable Tawia Lekpalmo on reforms of the PURC. And in fact, it was our subcommittee which gave it financial muscle and financial sustainability. You can check your record at the ministry. I'm simply saying that Energy Commission set standards. For instance, the bulbs, LED, what category comes to Ghana? How does that affect, how is that energy efficient? That's standards. PURC is to regulate charges. I'm just still wondering, you don't need to give me a satisfactory answer, why you want to harmonize a regulator and a fee charger. Because PURC, as the Honorable Muntaka observed earlier, knowing you government, there is a private sector, there is a AGI. The PURC was to be an independent person. If you want, Chairman, maybe let me say it politely. Government didn't want to be seen to be the one increasing these prices. So he said, okay, go to PURC. You know that for a fact. That when you want to do things, you hide in the name of PURC. I've been in government like you. So anyway, you don't need to respond to it. Chairman, that brings me back to Honorable Suhin again. Last question on gas. Why is GMPC contracting for 250 MMSCF of gas now when we have enough domestic gas till 2030? Why? GMPC.
Mr. Chairman, I think that as far as the gas issue is concerned, we will appreciate the issue well if I give some figures to buttress my answer. Domestic gas supply as of today is 335 million standard cubic feet a day. And this is coming from 230 million standard cubic feet from OCTP, that is the Sankofa, and 125 million standard cubic feet a day from Jubilee. But domestic demand as of today is 360 million standard cubic feet. So if you match the supply against demand, there is excess demand, even though it is not significant, about 25 million difference. But given the way the economy is projected to grow, demand for gas will eventually grow. And therefore, the imbalance will be so much that if we do not have a mechanism to fill in the gap, we will be constraining our potential to grow our economy. And so what GMPC is doing, in my view, is for security of supply. Because already you have
you
demand.
share the
Yes,
view that
yes.
is justified?
Yes. It's
so you
justified.
support the building of the LNG plant in Tema?
Yes.
What's the justification for it?
Yeah, because if your domestic...
And how much is it costing the state to do that? You want to share the numbers with us, Chairman? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
the LNG plant in Tema.
Mr. Chairman, if your domestic sources cannot match your demand, you certainly have to import. We were importing from Nigeria the West Africa gas pipeline, which has proven to be so expensive, but also unreliable. And so the terminal that we have built will allow for LNG to be sourced from different areas where it is available, and not just relying on Nigeria, where today they say because of vandalism we cannot supply. So it is to give us security of supply. And to that extent, I think it's well justified.
What's the cost of the LNG plant? What's the cost of the LNG plant in Tema?
I don't have the cost because it's a private venture.
Private?
Yes. The terminal is a private venture. What GMPC is involved in is the sourcing of the commodity.
To who? Who is GMPC sourcing the commodity for?
GMPC is sourcing from Shell, but they can also source the commodity from other suppliers, depending on the demand
for
supply.
Energy at the Energy Ministry. You don't know how much is the private sector person investing in it, because the person will be using Ghana's gas, and therefore it must be of interest to you, because you are to safeguard the state interest with your minister. We need to know how much is the private sector person spending on the LNG. How much is GMPC contribution to it? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, as far as the terminal is concerned, GMPC is not making any financial contribution. But where government will come in is where we have to pay the fee for the use of that terminal. If the fee is higher than what we expect, PURC comes in, because PURC has responsibility for determining all those fees. And PURC would have scrutinize the
so
figures.
Chairman, Mr. Honorable Doctor, I mean, keep it there. There is initial contracted volume for the first year is 125 standard cubic feet. Are you aware that we are paying the terminal company for capacity that has not been supplied full? Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware.
Are you aware that GMPC is intending to waive taxes for Shell?
I'm not aware, Mr. Chairman, because this will certainly be an issue Ministry of Finance will be leading in.
And we are interested in it. Why should GMPC waive taxes for Shell? So I'll put my question in the reverse.
Mr. Chairman, there have been tax waivers for different
so
investment
so you are not
ventures.
aware that this has been authorized?
I'm not aware, Mr. Chairman.
As Deputy Minister for Energy?
I have not been Deputy Minister for Energy since 6th January.
Yeah, but before you left office, were there moves for GMPC to waive taxes for Shells that you are aware of?
There was not that authorization.
Will you support that because it has opportunity cost of revenue losses to the state?
Mr. Chairman, I'll consult my minister to know my minister's position on this.
Chairman, I'm not like the nominee, but just the figures that you gave. The current supply of natural gas in the country, as I know it, at Tuabo 150 standard cubic feet, ENI, SGN filled 210 standard cubic feet, Nigeria and gas 50 to 100 supply cubic feet. Is that the case? So total supply hovers around 410 to 460 standard cubic feet. Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, that is not factual.
Share the facts with us.
The fact is that...
So in sharing the facts, share with me Atuabo, ENI, SGN, then the Nigerian gas. So they are related to the total IPP current demand. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the Atuabo figure is the nameplate capacity. So Atuabo can do up to 150, but they are doing 125 because Atuabo processes Jubilee gas, and we've pegged Jubilee at 125. Jubilee was actually doing 70-80, but that led to higher gas-oil ratio, as a result of which the productivity of the wells were adversely affected, and thereby affecting oil production. So we had to meet all the stakeholders and allow for Jubilee to increase their gas export from 70 to 125. So Atuabo could not be doing 150 when Jubilee is giving them 125. From ENI, they are doing 210. As far as Nigeria is concerned, the minister directed that we should not take more than 30 million standard cubic feet a day because we wanted to prioritize our domestic gas, vis-a-vis what was coming from Nigeria, and also to reduce the payments that we're making to Nigeria. But even with the 30, as I indicated, Nigeria is not reliable, so it is not firm gas. So if we're talking about firm gas, as of today, supply is 335 million standard cubic feet a day, and our demand is 360. And so there is a balance of about 25 million standard cubic feet a day. So that is the current situation. Thank you, Chairman.
So at least it's not everything you are dismissing as not factual. With ENI, you have the same figure of 210 standard cubic feet. Is that right?
I indicated earlier in a response to an earlier question.
So if you were to give us total supply, as at the time you leave the ministry, what number will you give us in standard cubic feet, total supply? Then also give us the details for total current maximum consumption to IPPs. Do you have that?
Mr. Chairman, those are the figures I've given.
So Nigeria did less than 30. 30, not 50. Chairman, he's giving me supply. Now I need consumption. Consumption, thank you.
I indicated that our total demand is 360 million scarf. I'm unable to segregate between power consumption and non-power consumption because I do not have the segregated figures.
The terminal company has laid in the provision of the FSU But the government, as I understand, keep wavering its right to terminate. Is that the case?
I'm not aware of this, Mr. Chairman.
If you are aware, what will you do to assist your minister to take a decision to safeguard the interests of the state of Ghana?
I'll consult my minister. We'll look at the facts, on the matter, and whatever advice I'll give. Once I'm seized with the facts, I'll give my minister that advice to take a decision on this.
Chairman, I now come. We need to know the true indebtedness of this energy sector SOEs. You've heard the World Bank and the IMF when they came in, adding the energy sector debt to public debt, and that brought the fiscal deficit to about 15.5%. So ECG, Greatco, TOR, BOST, Ghana Gas, GMPC, what is the state of their balance sheets? You have an idea, having served as Deputy Minister and working back there, if this committee approves you to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's difficult to give, the debt as per each institution. But what I know is that the debt levels have come down from 2.7 billion to 1.5 billion. And so I associate with the answer that was given by...
Cedis or dollars?
Dollars. That was given by the Honorable Ameo when he appeared before the committee.
We will demand a cleanup of the balance sheet of the SOUs, but that's not a question for your purposes. Now back to Karga, and I'm sure I'm ending on it. In the run-up to the 2020 elections, I know you fought with my brother, the Honorable Dandawa, in the field. There were areas where you are accused of abuse of power, where the Honorable Dandawa will initiate rural electrification project, and then you are reported to have told VRA that they shouldn't commission it for him. Is that true?
Mr. Chairman, if it is his own project, funded with his money, nobody can stop VRA from working with him to commission it for the benefit of the people. But if it is a government project, then it is the ministry that determines when those projects are commissioned. And I cannot remember stopping
So you are reminded that, I'll leave it there, you are reminded that VRA is a state institution, and you are reminded that those electricity poles and wires are for the state, paid for by taxpayers, and therefore, next time, ensure equality of opportunity. Chairman, as I said, the nominee is my contemporary growing up in Tamale. I believe that Chairman Bekwaya also who electricity problem no be. Chairman, on that note, I can only wish him well. I wish that she
Honorable Minister, I have no questions for you. You've exhaustively discussed the matters of interest to me. So we thank you for attending upon the committee to answer questions. You're discharged for now. You'll hear from us later.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Except to add that the minority has achieved universal access to electricity.
In Tamale South. Thank you.
And there was no frustration in that. Thank you.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
I don't know him. You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
On this edition of Sports Check, we talk about the art of goalkeeping. And when it comes to goalkeeping, there's no better person to speak to than the former Blasters goalie, who is now a goalkeeper's coach. Abukar Damba is my guest on Sports Check, and once we come from this break, we zoom into the conversation. It's Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and Abukar Damba, a legendary goalkeeper, is the one I'm speaking to today. Coach, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
You just finished training a host of goalkeepers, and today we are discussing an interesting topic that pertains to your field. For someone who doesn't know a lot about football, what's goalkeeping?
Well, the goalkeeper is an integral part of the whole team, but has a specific role to play. And it is only the goalkeeper who is allowed to use every part of the body so far as their area of operation is concerned. When I say area of operation, I'm talking about the goal area. The goalkeeper is permitted to use his or her feet and the hands, especially in his or her own area of operation, and that is the goal area. So it is the goalkeeper who is permitted to use his or her hands in the goal area. But apart from the hands being used in the goal area, you can use any other part of your body in any other part of the field. You can even go as far as to the opponent's goal area and play and can even score goals. And we have seen that happen time and time again, even though it is not too rare, but it is also part of the game. So generally, he's an integral part of, the team. But in my opinion, because arguably though, I always say the goalkeeper's position is the most important.
So I think last week or so there was this discussion on Twitter. Says Fabregas, Rio Ferdinand, and the guys, they were talking about the most important aspect of the game. Ferdinand feels it's for its defense. Fabregas feels it's midfield. I think there was one attacker who made a case for midfielders. What makes you think that, just one man in the post and we have other men, what makes your role more important than someone who is basically running on the field and chasing the ball?
Simple. Very, very simple. All the main actors on the pitch make lots of mistakes and they can be covered.
True.
And the mistakes could be covered. But the goalkeeper's mistake is final. The goalkeeper can single-handedly win and lose games. Not consciously or deliberately, but this is a metaphorical statement that I've made.
Sure.
The goalkeeper's mistake is final. So for which reason, the goalkeeper must concentrate for 90 minutes plus, depending on the duration of the game, without blinking. So the goalkeeper must be alert and alive for the whole duration of the game. Because for which reason, in my opinion, and I think so, that the goalkeeper is the most important player on the pitch because of their situation, where they find themselves. Very delicate, very sensitive, and must be devoid of too many mistakes. Because your mistake is doom. It spells doom for the whole team.
Does that not add an extra layer of pressure, to goalkeepers in such that you almost at every time have to get it right? Yes. Basically, there is no room for error.
Yes.
Does that not add a bit of pressure to goalkeepers?
I don't think so. It is a role, it's a responsibility, and it's a choice. You have made a choice to be a goalkeeper, and you know the dynamics of goalkeeping. You know what comes with goalkeeping. And because it is a specialized department for specialists, so every goalkeeper specializes and must be a specialist.
Yeah.
So when they call you a specialist in a particular field, it means devoid of too many errors. Your level of error should be very, very minimal. So we goalkeepers are very much aware that we have a responsibility of keeping the whole team on our own shoulders. So mistakes, no room for mistakes. So we are prepared physically and prepared mentally. So we hardly have any space to breathe.
Yep.
So we are trained to behave like that, act like that. So that's why we call ourselves the most important people on the pitch.
Earlier on when you were explaining the role of goalkeepers, you made mention of using your bodies. But over time, we've seen the role of goalkeepers transform or evolve. Now you are no longer going to catch the ball in the air and perhaps hoop it into the air and maybe to the opponent's half. Now basically you are part of the build-up. Even from 2014, we saw Manuel Neuer introduce something new where a goalkeeper is now more of a sweeper.
Yep.
When the ball evades the defenders, you have to be the next line of defense, not just in your post. You have to come out and attack the ball.
Yeah.
How do you manage that as a goalkeeper, that you are not just going to catch the ball, but now you even have to start the attack. You also have to play defensive roles as well. How do you manage that?
I tell you, football is a functional game. And we are talking about defending. That is when you don't have the ball. Attacking when you have the ball. These are functional plays. Then we have the transitional moments in the game, which is what are you doing when you have the ball and you lose the ball? When you lose the ball and you win the ball. These are the two transitional moments. And goalkeepers have their roles, specific roles to play during these transitional moments. Now, functionally, In as much as defensively, you are supposed to prevent the ball from getting past you into your net. That is where you become a shot stopper. But functionally, when your team has the ball, what is the goalkeeper doing to make the goal scoring opportunities of his team as big as possible? And you can only score when you have the ball in the team. Keep the ball in the team. So you need to improve upon your technique, your technical qualities, technical abilities as to your passing, your range of passing, your skill of passing. Be it short, long, high, or whichever. Whether you are distributing with the punt, that is from the hand to the foot, doing a long ball, or whether the ball is on the turf and you have to do a medium pass, you have to dink the ball. And all the different techniques, the goalkeeper must be able to execute them as and when it is required. That is why your judgment should be at another level. So goalkeepers are now trained to be very, very good ball players.
Yep.
And apart from being good ball players, but knowing when to pass the ball, the direction to which to pass the ball, the speed of the ball, and the trajectory of the ball. So these all come with a lot of specialization. So for which reason goalkeepers have become so important.
Yes.
That they join the whole team when his or her team is on the ball. They don't stay in the goal area. They join to make the attacking the numbers, to make up the numbers. So for which reason you can always see that in the last line of defense, the back line, one of the central defense can always push up to join in the attack because they know the goalkeeper is behind to play that role. So for which reason we call them goal players. Some of them are used as sweeper players. Some of them are used as libero players, depending on the situation, depending on the strategy, and depending on the vision and style of play of the team.
But how do you manage that? When do you know when to kick it long, kick it short, hoop it into the... When do you make... Because I'm saying this because I'm an Arsenal fan. And in one of our games this season, Ben Leno made a mistake where there was pressure on him, and instead of hitting it long, he chose to pass the ball. And unfortunately, it went to the wrong player, and we considered a goal. In the post-match, Arteta was like, he should know that there are times where you can pass it short. There are times when you just have to challenge.
Very well.
As it used to be.
Absolutely.
As a goalkeeper, how do you navigate that? When do you know, okay, today, for this moment, let me give it to my defender. For the next moment, let me kick it long. How do you manage that?
That is why goalkeepers should be able to read and analyze the game situationally. In as much as your system of play, your tactics, just want to build from the back. I want to use my two central defenders to build up. I want to use my two wide players to build up. I want to use my controlling midfielders to build up. Depending on the situation, because you are not playing in isolation, you always have an opponent. So you read the situation based on the positions of the opponents. If it's not too dangerous, you can start the build-up from the back, which is easier.
Sure.
But if the opponents are there at close range, you need to avoid making mistakes. So in this situation, you need to go long to avoid making mistakes which should be capitalized and used against you by the opponent. So the situation should determine the goalkeeper's judgment, whether to build up from the back or to do the long ball. So, but I must also add that goalkeepers are human beings. Goalkeepers have low points and high points.
Sure.
Goalkeepers also do make mistakes.
Yep.
But you are not allowed to make fundamental or basic mistakes. These are very basic. The situation tells you what to do next with the ball. The coach from the sidelines cannot tell you what to do in a particular situation. That is why you are professional. You are trained to do that. You should be able to interpret. You should be able to analyze the situation and, of course, act accordingly. That's why we say goalkeepers must be very sharp and very smart.
Now, I'm going to put you a bit on the spot there, and that will be my last question on this whole, the new trend of goalkeeper. Having watched a lot of European and African goalkeepers, who are the top 3 or 5 goalkeepers that you think have been able to adapt to this new way of goalkeeping? Or who are your best, basically, goalkeepers currently?
Are you talking about our domestic league?
No, I'm talking about, say, European football. We'll come to the
football.
We'll come to the Ghana Premier League. But when it comes,
football in general, I tell you, Alisson has so far been a standout player, so far as I am concerned.
Sure.
I'm also looking at the Man City goalie,
Ederson.
Can you remind me?
Ederson.
Yeah. Ederson is another personality who has demonstrated time and time again that they are real team players.
Yep.
When it comes to functional football,
he's great with his foot.
You can't beat them.
Yep.
They know when to release the ball, where to release the ball to, the speed of the ball, the trajectory of the pass. They are specialists. These are two goalkeepers who are standout. I can also see that Mendy used not to be at that level, but Mendy of Chelsea has now, of late,
he's learning,
added a lot of quality into his goalkeeping, functionally, especially when playing from the back. Now his range of passing has become very qualitative.
Sure.
And I think he's another goalkeeper that I think he's coming up quickly and adapting quickly to the situations. We have many goalkeepers who, of course, are outstanding in their field of play. But then, when it comes to functional football, we have goalkeepers who stand out. And I think, readily, these are the three goalkeepers I can think on my feet to mention, spontaneously.
You mentioned Mendy, and that was going to be my next topic, the presence of African goalkeepers in the top tier of world football. We have a lot of good goalkeepers down here.
Yeah.
Over the years, we've produced a whole lot of great goalkeepers from the African continent, the Nkono and the likes. But you rarely see African players keeping post for the likes of Real Madrid, the Chelsea's. Of course, Mendy is now doing that. What's the challenge? What's stopping us from, just as we are producing great players, why are we not producing players who will command first team roles in basically all the top 10 clubs in the world?
I mentioned in my earlier submission about how the goalkeeping department is a specialized department.
Yeah.
And you need specialists to be able to do that. If you look at in other jurisdictions, they have consciously and deliberately invested time and energy and funds into the goalkeeping department, making it autonomous. So you have special vision. You must train your goalkeeper according to the vision of your team. Now, you look at scouting. You scout your goalkeepers according to your vision. Identifying the talent is very important. You identify them at a particular age level, then you begin to develop them accordingly. And with time, they grow up and they become very much accustomed to that department. It's a conscious effort, and everyone or every FA or every MA must make, or every club must make that deliberate and conscious effort to invest in that particular department, that is goalkeeping department. Then you will get it right. For which reason, if you look at the likes of the teams that you just mentioned from the academy level, goalkeepers are trained systematically. Goalkeepers are integrated into the main training sessions to play with their feet. So if you observe, great passers, goalkeepers are great passers of the ball because they do understand the controlling and passing. Then when it comes to goalkeeping specifics, then you deal with the specific attributes, the physical attributes, and the technical attributes. And these are all specialized areas which must be tackled consciously. And you must have a vision to be able to do this. And it doesn't just lie in the hands of the goalkeepers to do that, but you need to have specialists, goalkeepers technicians. I'm talking of goalkeepers trainers. I'm talking of goalkeepers coaches. You must be a specialist to be able to handle that department consciously.
So that
is why, it is for which reason that outside European clubs have better goalkeepers. because they have invested consciously into that department and have paid attention to the special demands of that goalkeeping department.
So you're saying it's more or less like African nations need to make a conscious effort at producing world-class goalkeepers.
Absolutely. And making goalkeeping an integral part, making goalkeeping an autonomous department who have a vision, not devoid or not separate from the vision of the MA itself. So conscious efforts are made to develop the goalkeepers according to the vision. It involves a lot of technical abilities, and in technique, in skill build-up, we are talking of the technical qualities. We are talking of, the psychological aspect, mental toughness, and all those kind of things. But it comes first and foremost with your technique. Technique is very, very important. Controlling and passing, controlling and passing. And these are the things that are very, very, very necessary when it comes to playing the game. And controlling and passing with the feet, controlling and passing with the hands and the whole of the body.
So now we have the likes of Gomez at Turin, we have Onana, who is doing quite well at Ajax until his unfortunate incident.
But in their situation, you see that they find themselves in another jurisdiction who have already had the structures in place. The facilities are there. They have everything there that will take care of the needs of the goalkeeper. So you see a goalkeeping department which has a goalkeeping director. Yes.
Yeah.
The head of the goalkeeping department.
Sure.
You have the trainers, goalkeepers trainers on the pitch. You have the goalkeepers trainer who is focusing on how the goalkeeper is dealing with high and long crosses. Sorting out their feet, judgment, high and long crosses. You have because in goalkeeping, you are talking about defending and attacking. How do you defend corner kicks against you on the left and on the right? How do you defend free kicks against you, depending on the distance from the goal? These are all part of goalkeeping. How many players you need in the world? And when it comes to attacking free kicks, attacking corner kicks, I'll give you just a recent example of Liverpool.
Yeah, Alisson.
Alisson, who is the catalyst as far as their qualification in the Champions
of course.
Football is concerned. It's all as a result of the effort of one individual, and that is Alisson. He left his goal area just about some seconds to the end of the last kick of the game, attacking corner kick. He came, and it was he as an individual who had to convert. So what does that tell you? It tells you, one, you need courage to be able to do that. You need confidence to be able to do that. And above all, you need the quality, the technical ability to be able to execute. So this makes him complete.
Someone was saying that of course that's not the first time a goalkeeper has scored a goal, but due to the evolution of the game now, it's going to add another role to the goalkeepers, where goalkeepers will now be relied upon in the later part of the game, especially when their teams are trailing, to go up there and try to score goals for their team.
I tell you, it is not part of the roles of the goalkeeper.
Sure.
No. You need to look at the quality of your goalkeeper, the situation that demands that the goalkeeper go up there. Is he able to execute? It is not one of our roles. It is a rare, responsibility, which is taken by the individual goalkeeper.
Okay.
But he needs the permission of teammates. He needs the confidence of teammates. He needs the permission of technical team. He needs the confidence of the technical team. But in a situation where he goes up and is not able to convert, and there's a counter attack, and the goal is scored against him, he is going to be blamed directly. In as much as he can score all the points for converting and going up there to score, he will get the whole blame if a goal is scored against him, because your first and primary role is to prevent the ball from getting into your goal. But going up to score is a secondary responsibility.
So this is going to be my final question on the African goalkeepers. We've produced a lot of goalkeepers on the continent, the likes of Nkono, Antoine Bell, and their likes. If you're pushed to the wall name your top 5 African goalkeepers of all time, who would they be?
I tell you, it would be very unfair to do that because we have generations.
Sure.
And I always believe that every generation, let's take it at least a decade, 10 years, we have goalkeepers who are produced, top-class goalkeepers who are produced generationally. And we must not also forget that football has evolved. Those years you are talking about, the years of the Thomas Nkonos, the Antoine Bells, and I used to have this goalkeeper in Nigeria that I admired so much. When I remember, I will prompt you. He was one of my idols, and I admired him so much. During those days, or those years, the rules were very different. The back pass rule was not that effective. Goalkeepers did not play too much with the feet. Goalkeepers did not need to join the attack to play because the rules were very different. The speed of the game was different, and many other things have changed. So for which reason, the style of goalkeeping has also changed generationally. So comparatively, those years that you're talking about, the Konos and the Anton Bells, were basically short stoppers. They operated mostly in their goal area. They were champions of keeping the ball out of the ball. So that aspect, you cannot go far away from mentioning the Thomas Nkonos and the Anton Bells. And the question also pops up, why is it that in Cameroon, the Cameroonians, the Senegalese could produce goalkeepers?
They have a rich history of producing.
Don't leave Ghana out. How come they were able to produce the Robert Mensah, the Joseph Cars, the John Bakers of blessed memory? There were some years we had top-notch goalkeepers.
It's true.
You know, so Ghana can't be left out in that equation of having top-class goalkeepers of yesteryears. It is just that we are not able to maintain that level of goalkeeping over a period of time, simply because we did not add a lot of value. We did not pay attention. Because if you look at Ghana of yesteryears, goalkeeping, most top goalkeepers came from the Western region. You could see the Northern region.
And you know, Reverend Sekou has been saying this thing that if Ghana was a serious country concerned with our goalkeeper's position, by now there would have been some research or some academy set up in the Western region purposely for producing goalkeepers.
Well, that one could be the case. But we need to understand that football has become so scientific.
Sure.
It is the same way, that same argument will also come out. Why is it that some years past we had the best wingers coming from the Western region? When you talk of wing play, the Kofi Abres, the Asians, and so on and so forth. Crosses of the ball. Wing play. Yes. So that notwithstanding, I think that in as much as I will agree with him partially that a research will be conducted to find out how come we were able to, unearth such talents. But now football has become so dynamic. It's widespread that you can unearth talents from everywhere and anywhere, every corner in the country. But it's about the consciousness, going around with deliberate effort to unearth those talents, bring them together and give them the necessary and the needed skill to be able to, to develop and grow.
All right, thank you very much. And this is Sports Check, where we are speaking to Abubakar Damba. We've discussed a whole lot of topics about African goalkeeping, world goalkeeping. Our next topic is the Ghana Premier League. And once we come from this break, Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
I heard him give assurance that members' routes or roads leading to members' constituencies will be done. I would try as much as possible to
Honorable Jalula. Your name is very rhythmic, Jalula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, my question is contracts. No, hang on. Because of the contracts, he takes future. Again, not you, but in the future. Because a non-lawyer, so far I've never seen a non-lawyer being sent to Attorney General and Ministry of Justice.
Because the Constitution.
Leadership in leadership. That is debatable. But
Very well, just proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. It appears that in this year's list of cabinet ministers, the minister is here. Roads and Highways is
Thank you very much. Honorable Zera, before I come to you,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. And congratulations, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Nominee, you indeed, my colleague and senior, Honorable Dr. Kwamna Donko, who is your neighbor, MP Pru East, in Pru East, as well as the security agencies, to curb this menace so that business can continue to flourish on that corridor of this country. And also, you and I know that when you travel from my constituency of Salaga South and everyone can feel safe traveling around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is so. Honorables constituency, Abrumasi Road. Then a few weeks ago, a military man was also killed on Prime Kintampo Road. When I was chairman of DISEC, during my DC-ship time, have enough personnel, we don't have logistics. I believe that if we are able to get it done, maybe the incidence of armed robbery will reduce. And Honorable Chairman, I think that I have personally fallen victim to armed robberies incident. 2018, I was crossing over to a funeral in the Pandai district, and just after Makango, armed robbers crossed me, and they made me go out of my car, lie down, did everything they wanted before we were allowed to move. So that means that citizens must be vigilant to report any characters that they suspect that may be involved in this thing, so that investigations could be done.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I'm proud to be part of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Now, my message to Ghanaians is to be very cautious whenever you are sitting in a vehicle. When a driver is not doing the right thing, tell him that, hey driver, you are not doing good. If he's overspeeding, tell him, driver, stop the overspeeding. If he did not park well, tell him, driver, did not park well. Life precious. Do the right thing, save a life.
When it comes to music, some people refer to him as the king of hooks in Ghana. He is that musician that is capable of snatching your girlfriend with a silky and smooth voice. He calls himself the young Daddy Lumba, and I think I personally agree with him on that because he has proven himself worthy to be called by that name. Let me not bore you with too many descriptions. Let's take a quick breather. When we come back, we'll unravel our guest for this edition of Talkatainment. I am Elsie Lamar. Welcome back from that quick breather. Kim Promise is here with us. Welcome. Sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You're welcome home.
Okay. How's life been?
Life is good, man. Life is a blessing. Thankful for everything.
We thank God you are back to us. Some of us were missing you when you went.
Yeah. I'm glad to be back. I didn't even really go anywhere. I was just taking it easy, just working for you guys. So finally it's time to reappear.
It will be worth it.
Yeah, definitely.
Today you're not wearing your boots.
Yeah, these are not even mine, you know. Therefore, one of my creative directors is called Urban Jigger. He was wearing them and I was like, these are sick. So I literally just put my legs in them. It's mad. How do you find them?
It's cool.
You're jigging it?
Oh yeah. The fact that it's a house shoe.
Yeah, it's mad.
But like, speaking of your sneakers though, I think I was arguing with some of my colleagues at work yesterday about your sneakers. And I was telling them that some of the sneakers you wear actually cost a fortune.
Yeah.
So they go like, on the deal, Utumisha, those you Kambu. I'm friend of Kambu.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
I heard that.
Oh, they are designer sneakers. So like, what's been like the highest amount you've purchased a sneaker? Actually.
No Ghanaians, you go talk right now, you tell them a couple thousands of dollars.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm not surprised because when you go online,
you see the prices.
A sneaker freak actually, and you want to buy something of good quality, you go online. So only those who are into sneakers will really
definitely. If you check out my sneakers, like if you see me wear anything, you can just Google it. You find the price.
But what's the inspiration behind your haircut?
Nothing actually. I cut my hair before I even blew up, and it was just before I blew up, so it became like my look. That wasn't the intention, honestly. It was just a coincidence. Do you know what I mean? So I just kept it.
But have you had comments that people saying you look like Davido and all that?
Yeah, I have several different comments. Yeah, I've heard
because
that
of
one.
your side bend.
Even him, we were together some time in Nigeria. He was like my twin because he sees it as well. Like we all see it every time, the comparison. But I don't know. I don't see it. Maybe it's just the beard, but
I think it's just the beard.
Yeah, because I don't see it.
Okay. How competitive is the Ghanaian music industry for you?
I don't view it from a point of competition. So it's not competitive for me. Not saying that, it's not like I'm saying no one's on my level or anything, but it's no competition for me. Because I don't view it like that. I view like everyone's doing their thing and contributing their quota, and I'm here to contribute mine.
But you think it's kind of hard to strive?
No, rather than see it as competition, I see it as like when I hear some songs, I'm like, nah, this is sick, and it kind of inspires me to like do some other sick stuff, crazier stuff. So it's not even competition, it's like motivation, you know what I mean? Yeah, man.
And you're no way intimidated by
Never ever. I don't sound like nobody. I don't move like nobody. The movement is 5-star. Do you know what I mean? And I just do it how I want it. At the end of the day, I'm not one who's influenced by trends or what's popping, what everybody's doing. I don't care about it.
You're just a cool dude.
Yeah, I do what I like.
In your cool color.
Yeah, man.
Okay. So your record deal recently.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about it? How it came about?
I'm signed to Legacy Life Entertainment in Ghana. Not in Ghana, but I'm signed to Legacy Life Entertainment generally, and we are, in partnership with Sony Music UK through 5K Records in the UK as well. It's basically just we have a goal, which is global domination, and just taking the music onto a more, bigger platform, on a global platform, basically. And these are people whose goals and dreams align with ours, so we go into business together. There were a few offers, but we ended up going with 5K.
When I heard the news of the first thing that came to my mind was, so is he leaving Legacy?
No.
Are they taking him away from Legacy?
No.
But since it's been cleared up,
yeah, we did together.
I was expecting when your song Slow Down came, I went to your YouTube channel and I realized that the song was still
on Legacy
channel.
Yeah.
And I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, so it's on Legacy Live Space,
Yeah.
but you see with the credits and the whatever, you see Sony Music UK there.
I didn't really pay attention to the
it's
Sony
there,
Music.
It's there.
But
It's
since
there,
you're
it's a partnership.
still there and they have...
We work together. I know be anybody will take somebody.
You made a couple of tunes with Mr. Easy.
Yeah.
How's it like working with him? How's the experience like?
It's good vibes. That's my boy. We're families. My bro from time. Before I blew up, before he blew up. Like I met him in Adenta some time ago in Clue Studio. Before anything, had popped off for me. He had his first EP out called About to Blow, and it's ironic. It's crazy how everything just happened like About to Blow, and he did blow up. You know what I mean? And yeah, man. Like I said, his family, he's my best friend. We've known each other for a while. And good peoples, man.
But your song Jealous with him, did you, since it was shot during the quarantine period, did you ever anticipate that it would be this big?
Yeah, I guess. I love the song, and it was just something about the song, and he felt the same way about it. And whenever I have that feeling, or he has it, or we both have it, it's something good. It works out, It's the same feeling I had when I made Commando. It's the same feeling when we made Da Baby. Like these are songs that he's been there when I was making them, or when I made them, or he heard them, So Baby I'm Jealous it's just magical. Like I say, it doesn't sound like anything that's out there or anybody does, and we just got the vibe, and look at what it did.
So people have tried to get through to get a song with Kojo and Chu. According to them, all efforts have gone futile because it's kind of like hard to be able to get him. How were you able to pull through with that?
Yeah, even me, till I had seen him, I had never seen him. Like I had never met him in my life till the day I saw him. So he was supposed to meet Mr. Easy one day, and I was with Easy at that time, so we went to meet him together. So I was like, legend, I'm a big fan, my family, big fans, my mom, my sisters, everyone loves you, and I grew up off your music, and that was basically it. I wasn't even asking for a feature, you know what I mean? And he told me, he loves my music as well, like he's heard about me, and we could do something one day. I'm like, damn, sure, like of course I was blown away, but because this is me starstruck and super excited to meet this man, and he's saying he knows me, he listens to my stuff, and we could do something together one day. So when I sent him, bruh, I wasn't too sure about it, like, because I know he has never done a feature before, you know what I mean? Unless it's his song that he features someone, but people can't feature him. So we did, bruh, there was none like that, do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, when I sent it to him, he loved it. I was in South Africa, I sent it, by the time I got back to Ghana, he was done. Yeah, he came. We shot the video. Everything's sweet. You know, he's a for the kind of person he is. You know, he's very down to earth, and you know, I just want to say much respect to him for keeping that level of professionalism and balance of respect, regardless the age gap or whatever. He's the man. Shouts to him, man.
But how did your encounter with him influence your career?
Oh, I mean, he's like a father figure to me. Like, before I dropped the album, I went to his house, I played it for him, he told me this is it, as promised. And yeah, like, I play music, we speak, I talk to him, when he has shows I go to, he came to my show. It's more of a family thing now, and he's someone I look up to, basically, because he's made timeless music, and that's what I seek to do. I'm not trying to make 1 or 2 hits, and that I'm trying to make music that lives on forever. Like, till today we play Kojo Entry's music. You know what I mean? And that's what it is for me as well. Like, till now, you play Selfish, you play Oh Yeah, you play CCTV. Do you know what I mean? That's the whole idea.
Speaking about that, how important do you think it is for young ones to work with the old folks when it comes to music?
Yeah, I mean, if there's a vibe, you make it. For me, I don't force the vibe, If it's meant to happen, it'll happen. If I have a song and I feel like this person, it will be so great to have them on, I'll reach out. You know what I mean? It really doesn't hurt to collaborate, whether it's with an older person or newer generation. Like the joint EP with Kill Beats and Oforian Ponsan, it was, just us having fun. And I met Oforian Ponsan in Kumasi, and I'm like, damn, I'm a big fan. Like, if you know me, you know how much I love this guy. And he's like, yo, I love you too. I'm like, damn. So we have to do something together one day. And he came to Accra, he came to the house. We made everything here one night, the whole EP, So, like I said, if the vibe is right and the two of you connect, why not, whether old or young?
Okay.
Yeah.
But what's your assessment of Kill Beat so far, his influence on your career and all that?
I feel like it's very clear to see, like, basically helped me shape my sound. Basically even change my sound. Like, he's the most vital person in my career, if I should say, Like, since meeting him, everything has just moved from grace to grace and, levels to levels. And that shows the kind of genius he is. Do you know what I mean? Not even just as a producer, but as a boss. So, yeah, man. He'll be definitely, be the captain of the ship.
So will you at any point leave him and do something?
No, I think it's a forever thing, If in the future maybe I have my own business or I'm doing my own thing, I don't think that will be a problem because we'll still be family and we'll still work together. Obviously, even for he himself, I know he wishes for me to also grow into my own man and me being my own boss into my own world whatsoever. But as family goes, it's a forever thing.
Are you of the view, or do you also agree with the view that seeking the old folks' opinion on a song before releasing it actually helps to shape it and sieve it from the whole lot of noise that we have now in our industry?
What do you mean by noise?
Well, you know what I mean by that.
For me, I have people I play my stuff to before it comes out. So not necessarily older generation or older folks, just whoever it is that I vibrate with on the same level, or I feel like we have the same vibe and they get the kind of mentality I get. And it's a very small circle, And when those people hear it, they were like, this is it. And I know, I'm doing something right. I don't mind playing it to any older generation. Like I said, I already take inspiration from the older generation. Do you know what I mean? So that already even shapes what I do. But my friend Joey B says something the other time, and I keep saying it. He says, like, for us to even put music out, it can't be bad because we don't know how to do bad stuff. Like, because we take our time with music. Like, we love the music. Do you know what I mean? So for me to see him do something with Kill Beats before it comes out, we say this is it. Trust me, it's it. It's no brag.
Your annual concert, Promised Land.
Yeah.
What's like the experience with it so far? How has it impacted you?
I love Promised Land. Like, I didn't even think I'd have like a festival this early in my career. At the end of the day, when it started as like a very little thing. It was called King Promise Live, for the first one, and it was mad. It was very up close and personal. And the second one we did Promised Land at the park, and then the third one was the big one, you know, a Palm. And it's become a thing, you know. In December, you come out there, a bunch of beautiful girls, a bunch of men, them, live music, enjoying yourself, and you know, meeting people. And I'm just glad that I get to share my talent with people on that sort of platform when it's where it's mine. I'm bringing them into my world. Do you know what I mean? And we're actually just there to have fun. It's nice. It's a great feeling, and I love it. And just to share the music with the fans, because being on stage is like my happy place. Do you know what I mean? So. Yeah, man, I enjoy Promised Land a lot, and I can't wait to do the next one, you know, in December.
You have held this very concert down for how many years?
3.
3 years running. Any lessons you have drawn from it?
Yeah, you know, being a better live performer and just organizing these sort of events, because like from where we started from to where we are now, there's been progress, do you know what I mean? So all of that, and just connecting with the people is very important, and these shows always show me that, do you know what I mean?
What are some of the things you look out for before accepting a collaboration?
The most important thing for me is the music. You know, it has to be good. Like, I have to like it. No disrespect. Like, I just have to like the music. And secondly, it's even better when I actually, you know, I'm a big fan of the artist and we connect on a different level. Or maybe you're even my friend. And I really like that stuff. Like, because to me, my music, I make sure it's very real. You know, I don't just say anything. Like, if I'm talking about money, I'm talking about real money. If I'm talking about girls, I'm talking about, you know, people, real people, if it's not my story. So for me to connect with someone on a song, we have to connect real, like truly connect, else it'll be fake. You know what I mean? So first of all, the music has to be good, because me, I don't even charge for features or anything. Do you know what I mean? So if I like your stuff, we run it, you know. It's really simple, actually. It's just that I don't really do it too much, you know, mostly with my friends, you know, but I just like to focus on my work, and, you know, just like when I used to write for people before, I don't really do it that much anymore. It's the same thing.
Let's take a pause here.
Hi viewers, my name is Eli630 and I'm doing this one for you, so let's vibe. Even if money no day, still vim day, cause Gary day. Even if money no day, still vim day, cause watch it day. We wake up with the morning vibe, with or without money, vim day. Get a boy go to roadside, Coco watch it, that be the vibe. Money no day will be balanced die. No.
Hello and welcome to the Discovery segment here on Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Barbara Esinamboni. We speak to talented up-and-coming artists early 6:30.
I was fortunate to grow up in a place where music was an everyday routine for me. My daddy had this spot. Then times we used to call it beer bar.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had actually done anything music before, DJing, from dancing. So every day I could hear music. Bob Marley, I could hear Lucky Dube, I could hear Kwakese, TH for Kwatches, Amachi Dede. So I was lucky to be in a music environment. So that is where I would say the inspiration came from.
Who are your main inspiration? Who are the main artists you look up to?
I look up to Bob Marley.
Okay.
I look up to Samini. I look up to Kwame Eugene because he is more of an inspiration to me because I was lucky to have been in the same senior high school with him. So seeing him up there sort of motivates me and it gives me the vim that, okay, one day I can also be there. Okay, so I'm doing this one for you.
Okay.
So I call this one My Morning Sun.
My Morning Sun, okay. Let's listen.
up with the morning sun shining on my face. Before I sleep with the night stars, I wanna tell you, you are my day. I wanna be your all.
How else do you connect with your fan base?
Okay, so mostly on social media.
Okay.
And I remember just this 14th February, I held Valentine concerts at Paloma Hotel, where I invited some of my friends. And then prior to the corona, I used to perform at Piano Bar every Sunday, where I invite some of my fans to come and enjoy what I have. But then most of it is done on social media. I share my stuff with them, my links, my videos, my performances that they are not even aware of.
Okay.
They will be then I'll send it to them. This is why I did somewhere. You have to have a look and then, help me share it.
Yeah. So I believe your fan base is growing. It's growing, and even after being on a discovery segment, they are going to double up. So give us a name. Do you have a name for us?
A name for
your fans? You see, we have Sack Nation and stuff. Give us a name.
Okay, so Aja music.
Hey.
Aja. So if you are part of my fan base, you are the Aja. Aja. AJJAJA. Aja.
Okay.
Aja.
I'm a proud Aja.
Exactly.
Yeah. So which other acts would you like to work with, international and local?
At the moment, international. Coffee. Yeah, Coffee.
What about him?
I love reggae music.
Oh, okay.
Because I am more of a content person. So, and then looking at how young she is, and she's making it so big in the industry. As young as she is, winning a Grammy. Because Grammy is my target. I mean, I don't know for others, but so if I see young people winning, it motivates me. You understand? Yeah. So this song, I grew up in a village called Esubone.
Okay.
Where seeing diamonds was an everyday routine.
Whoa, diamonds.
As a young guy, I used to even play with diamonds, and I didn't even know they were diamonds. I thought they were stones until one day my uncle came and he was like, Kweku, diamonds now, did you gross? No. So out of this, I composed this song, and I call this one The Rich Land.
Okay.
On the diamond land, but I never saw diamonds till I was 15 years. I was born on a diamond land, but I never saw diamonds till I was 15 years. I am black, I am black, I am black. My land is rich. I am black, I am black, I am black.
And we are back. If you're just tuned in, you're watching Talk Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and Kim Promise is here with us.
Medea.
Kim Promise.
Don't know. 5-star in the building.
Do you agree with the fact that you are the king of hooks in Ghana?
I could work with that. I could take that.
But a lot of people actually call you that. They say you kill it.
Yeah, thank God, man.
You make it an anthem.
Yeah, man. When I come through to give the best. You know, that's the whole thing. Like, I don't do anything half-hearted. So if I do them to make sure that we kill them. So I'm glad people feel that way. I'm glad people love the music.
That be the same way if you don't want to do them.
Yeah, you know people.
Have you thought of making? I don't know if you have a collaboration with Kiddy and Co.
No, not yet. Not yet. Oh, okay. I've been in the studio with Kiddy a couple times though. You know, that's my boy. I worked with him on one of his old songs before, but hopefully I look forward to it actually. I'm a big fan of Kiddy, Kwesi, Kwame, everyone. So definitely, why not?
Okay. With a sort of relationship you have with Wizkid.
Yeah, man. You need to shut.
Are you thinking of conquering Nigeria soon?
I'm thinking of conquering the world.
You ask me what you conquer.
Yeah.
But we are looking at the Nigerian space. Are you thinking?
I've done a lot of work in Nigeria as well, like promo wise and all of that. Like from 2 years ago, Last year I was the most played non-Nigerian on Nigerian radio. You know what I mean? And I don't even live there. You know, I just go there from time. It means, you know, something great is happening. I won the African Artist of the Year at the Headies. You know, stuff like that. Let you know that, yeah, we didn't enter for that side. But there's a lot more work to be done, you know. And, you know, the goal is even wider.
I see. But what's your relationship with him?
Wiz his family. That's big bro, you know, someone I look up to. He's done amazingly, exceedingly well for himself. And, you know, looking forward to following suit in that or even taking it further, you know.
Aside from being family friend, do you draw inspiration?
Of course, that's what I'm saying. He's like a motivation, like not even like he is, because he's somebody I really look up to, you know, in this music business, and what he's been able to achieve is phenomenal, you know.
Do you think Nigerians are doing better than us?
In what sense?
Musically.
Nigeria.
Arts and entertainment.
Nigerians have gone further with their craft, and it's, you know, it's quite evident. It's not just to Ghanaians or anything; it's to the whole world. Like, in Nigerian, like you ask me if I'm trying to, you know, make it big in Nigeria, and Nigeria's not thinking about being bigger in Ghana or Ghana. He's trying to be bigger than maybe Drake or, you know, somebody, Chris Brown. Like, their mentality is sharp and is wide, and I feel like that's why they win. You know what I mean? And they push and they support each other a lot.
What can we learn from them?
That's all of that. Pushing to the top, having a bigger, wider goal, plan, foresight, mentality, everything, and being there for each other. You know, it's not about pulling someone else down. One person doesn't have to be, you know, whatever. You know, there's enough space for everybody to win, and for them to do all them backbiting and pulling down and, you know, all them, it's all right. You know what I mean? You know, in Ghana, it's like if people might not even like you and they don't even know you, you know, and because of that, they don't even push your stuff. Or if you deserve something, they won't even let you have it just because, you know, they don't have that personal, yeah, and you don't even know. It's mad, you know, but they don't. It's not because you're actually a bad artist or something, or like if your music is good, so, you know, so we should just push each other.
But what can they also learn from us? Is there anything at all to learn from us?
Yeah, we have good music. I feel like they draw inspiration from our sound, like from Fela till now. Like, you know, Afrobeat and Fela even coming to Ghana, and, you know, ETMS and all of that. Do you know what I mean? So I feel like there's that, because we actually make very, very good music. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's what it is, honestly.
Your song Slow Down.
Yeah, man.
I noticed that it's on Billboard. It made it to the Billboard charts.
Yeah.
Number 14.
Yeah, it's crazy. Billboard Thriller Chat is mad. Like, bro,
just
like,
few weeks after.
Yeah, it's the second week. I don't even think it's 2 weeks yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mad. It's crazy. It's just amazing that people actually really love the music, and it's doing crazy well on like Thriller and all them things. And, you know, Thriller has a chat on Billboard, and it's a global chat. So for my song to be in there, it's mind blowing. Trust me.
We were waiting for you. We were waiting for you.
I'm back. I'm back.
So it's like finally you are thirsty, and then you get something to point.
Yeah, no, I'm happy you guys love the music, you know, and I hope you guys are satisfied.
Yes, we are satisfied. We can't wait for the rest.
Oh, there's more coming. Like this upcoming album, I keep saying is the best. It's the best music I ever made, you know. So Slow Down is just a taste.
We can't wait.
Little taste, you know.
So now the trend here is that people make music and then they use the likes of TikTok and stuff to like create.
I think it's a worldwide trend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you intend?
Yeah, I have it. I literally just got a TikTok now, but I've always had like Thriller, because from Sisan is when I had Thriller, and I think I was basically like the first artist to even like post like Thriller out here and like on the platform. So I've had a relationship with them for a long time. Do you know what I mean? That's why, like, when I put stuff on there, it goes as fast as it does, even on, you know, all the way to the Billboard. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, man, I like it. I think it's fun. I'm not really heavy on it, you know, but once in a while, you know, I do it, you know. So I feel like it's fun, and you know.
So you'll be starting the dance challenge on this one?
I'm not too good with that one. That's no problem. Yeah, I did a new was it TikTok or Thriller, one of them, and I said it's the challenge, the Slow Down challenge, and the winners, I'm gonna pick the best like 5 and take them on a date, you know, take them to dinner or something.
That's nice.
Yeah, I want to connect with the fans.
I recently saw your mom jamming to your song.
Yeah, well, my mom, she's lit, you know. My mom, she's
Your
a
mom is
thrillist.
actually young and very pretty.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, she's so beautiful and she has like the biggest heart, you know. And when I drop music and she's in love with it like that, you know that this is doing something, you know. So yeah, shouts to my mom, man.
So does she still see you as his son?
Of course, I'll always
and
be.
not as Kim Promise as everybody.
I'll always be her son, you know. We're African, you know, and I'm very like moralistic as well, you know. Nothing's changed between my family and I. Like, I mean, nothing. I'm their little boy, you know. My dad says shut up, I shut up. You know what I mean? So it's just that it's love, you know. Yeah, man.
Let me still go to the slowdown because
Yeah. Yeah.
Why did you select it as your first song to
Single.
put out there?
Nothing, just felt right out of I put a few songs. We had a few songs to select from. We just thought Slowdown was right. It's different, it's fresh, the sound is fresh, it doesn't sound like anything that's out there. The melodies and it's just the vibe. It has a very African, Ghanaian, global vibe to it. Like, it's good for here and it's good for Abuchi as well. So it's like it has the balance. Do you know what I mean? And we felt like with where this album or where the direction is going, it's just a perfect song to start off everything, you know. Yeah.
So your upcoming album.
Yeah, man.
What's different about it?
You just hear progress in the music. You hear me doing things I've never done, you know. And on my last album, you know, I didn't even think I'd attain that kind of feat that I attained, you know, being the most streamed Ghanaian album of all time, you know, all time. And it's just a little over a year old. It was never the plan. So for this one, I don't really stress myself to make the music. I didn't have fun with it. And it's the same thing I did. But I just realized this time there's a lot of growth. And with the other one, there's a lot of like love in there. But with this album, there's love, obviously. There's money, there's growth, there's family, and it's just everything. I'm basically just spitting out real facts. And you know how I write, I try to make sure that people can connect to it. So I feel like I'm making the best music I ever made yet on this album. And I really cannot wait to share it with the world.
You make a lot of love music. And there's this notion that musicians that really, really do love music are not like that in real life.
If I ask my girl, if I ask one or two people in my life, yeah.
So you don't.
I'm a nice guy though. I'm a sweet boy.
Romantic guy, as you portray in your songs.
I'm a sweet guy. I'm very sweet, you know. Yeah, when I like you, I feel like the hardest guys are the sweetest guys. Like you don't. If you know me in real life, I'm not so sweet, romantic, but that's the part of me that when I'm in love with somebody or I like somebody, I'll be a baby. Yeah, so I feel like that's what it is. So my songs and my personality be different. I'm actually like, you know,
you're a gangster.
I'm pretty raw. I don't say gangster. I'm just a bad boy, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, when I love somebody, I'm a baby. You know what I mean? Yeah, so I'm sweet like that. I'm actually sweet
But
like that.
have you ever done any song based on your life experience?
Yeah, you hear on this album. Yeah, definitely on this album. On this album is just real stuff. Yeah, it's just real stuff. Almost everything, you know, from being a sweet guy to being a bad boy to making money to being, you know, friends not being friends anymore. Like it's just everything, you know. I just put because during COVID I had the time to just be home and work, and I had the time to like think about stuff and, you know, from a perspective where I'll never do it on a regular day because maybe I'll be too busy to even sit down and be thinking that one. Or I had no time to do a lot of stuff. But with COVID and just staying home, you know, I got closer to family. You know, I started thinking about things differently. I started handling like things I wouldn't realize. I had so much time to realize them. I had like an epiphany. Do you know what I mean? You know, I loved more. I worked more. I did everything more. So all of that is in the music.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So I did this whole album from a whole different perspective than I was in before, you know, COVID. And It's gonna be special.
That's great. We can't wait.
I'm glad. I'm actually glad, you know, it's ready, and in due time, it shall be out.
People have come out to state their kind of woman. Recently, D Black was on Graphic Showbiz, and then he made mention of the fact that he doesn't fancy women with long nails, colored hair. And then women, he said he finds women with colored hair not serious. They come off as not serious.
Yeah.
And he mostly likes the homely kind
Type.
of woman. And
I think I do as well, you know. I like calm women. I don't like giddy. But also, it's not like I have a type. Like, you don't have to have a fat ass or like small boobs or big boobs, or you have to be tall or short. I don't think, like, if I like you, innit? Like, I feel like it's more of a connection for me, you know, if we actually vibes, because it no be beauty, it no be anything. Like, someone could be the most beautiful person outside and inside, you know, just whatever, you know. Or I don't want someone I can't even have a conversation with, like my friend. Like, you know, we have to have a vibe where it's not all love, you know. You're my G, you're my homie, you know.
And the lady should be sappy. Are you sapisexual?
I don't even know. I don't know all these terms. I don't get some. I'm just me.
Are you attracted to intelligent ladies?
Of course. Who isn't though? Of course. I like a woman who can hold her own, who respects herself, who's intelligent, God-fearing, hardworking, and, you know, has morals as well. You know. Yeah. So.
What's the reason behind your tattoo?
What you said?
It was just all in my face, so I've got to ask.
Yeah.
I can see a lion.
Yeah, so this is the lion. This is the second one I got. The first one I got was a 5-star. You know, like they call me 5-star as well. So the 5-star is more of like a lifestyle, you know. Like the music is 5-star. My band them 5-star team, you know. The girls like Opimu girl and 5-star girl, what I said. My girl is 5-star, you know. Yeah, it's just like the highest standard you get, like the good standard, you know. And the lion, I'm a Leo. I'm not really crazy on horoscopes or anything, but I just feel like, you know, I'm actually, I find myself aligning with this because I'm a lion. Like, I go for what I want and I chase after it, and I'm a go-getter, do you know what I mean? And believe is just a mantra, you know, it's the motto, like, for all of us, you know, our legacy life, like, it's because we believe, that's why we're here, do you know what I mean? Like, from where I come from, for not even there, for not even do the kinds of things we do, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man, this is just to show man that, you know, for believe, because if I could do it, you could do it, do you know what I mean? And I'm only getting started, you know.
Tell us something we don't know.
I don't like sushi.
A lot of people don't like sushi.
I don't like sushi. I don't.
Why?
Nothing. I get it. And yet it's not my kind of thing. I'll chop my banku.
You need to be addicted to it before you can like it.
It's not even addiction. It really moved me. Like, I've tried it. I tried it in Ghana. I've tried it abroad. I've tried it once about it. I don't do it again. Yeah, this is not my thing.
You mentioned banku, is that your
Yeah,
favorite?
of course. I love banku. I'm a Gaman, you know. I love my banku and okro.
Is that your favorite?
I have 3 favorites.
Okay.
I have banku and okro. I have jollof. And I have wachi, so top 3. Yeah, man.
The wachi is on Saturdays.
Anytime, yeah, if you try wachi breakfast any day in the week, yeah, normal. Becca cried if you chop up sometimes, how I feel, but you know, jollof and wachi is my thing. I can eat that one every day.
Fix your country or fix yourself?
I seen the trend, the hashtag on the internet, and like I always say this, I need to have like enough insights on whatever they stand for, because my voice is very vital. Like, I'm a public figure. I can't just jump on any trend whatsoever. Like, I have to know who's behind it, what's the whole intention behind it, and what it stands for really. Because who doesn't want a better country or a better self at the end of the day? Do you know what I mean? So I'd rather not speak on things I'm not fully informed
It's
on.
becoming more political.
Honestly, I don't even know about that. Like, you know, I was off the internet for a long time, so I literally only came back because of slowdown, and you know, now I'm just pushing my music and do my thing.
King Promise is not making music. If he's not sleeping, what is he doing?
playing FIFA, watching football, or playing football. It's all just soccer for me. Yeah, I don't really do much. When we do inside too, once in a while, I just go down, just go bowling, go small, you know. Curtis Day House, you know, you like town pass, so you know the timeline, what's in there happen. Maybe Friday nights for pass twist or pass on some side, you know. Saturday, something small. Just chill with the squad, you know, nothing crazy. Yeah.
So, a word for up-and-coming artists?
Sincerely, believe in yourself, man. Like, at the end of the day, if you have the sauce, you have the sauce. Like, nothing can take it away from you. Always surround yourself with the best people who have your interests at heart, because that will go a long way in pushing you even when things aren't going how they're supposed to go. Because really, if it's meant to happen and you have the talent and you believe and you persevere and work hard, it will definitely happen. Do you know what I mean? So, and the third thing is not to leave God behind. It's very important, because there's a bunch of people. Why should people choose you? You know, it's grace, you know, favor. That's why we're here. Do you know what I mean? So, a lot of hard work, you know, a lot of dedication and hard work. If your heart's there inside, give it your all, you know. If not, don't even do it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving us the space, opening your home to us.
Yeah, man. You're always welcome, you know. Thanks for coming. I enjoyed it. It was nice sitting with you, and shouts to your whole team, man.
Thank you too. I took two things from what he said: believe in yourself and lots of hard work. Of course, it pays. So we come your way next time with more interesting editions of Talk Entertainment. Can promise our guest has been phenomenal. See you same time. Till then, stay safe.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
My minister then, Dr. Matthew Pokuprempe, asked me to meet heads of all these institutions to know their point about this bill, which was then not an act yet, to know what we're doing so far as technical and skill training were concerned. So we had a workshop. He gave me the power to meet all of them, and we had a lot of discussions. And in the bill, if the minister, for some reason, wouldn't want to hand over a particular institution to the Ministry of Education, that minister will explain at cabinet for the ministers to know the peculiar reasons. Other than that, all the other institutions are coming under the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much.
Now, Honorable Nominee, having served as Deputy Minister for Education with responsibility for TVET, what would you say were the challenges you clearly identified as affecting technical and vocational education in Ghana? And how did you help to address those challenges?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The major problems that I found out was the way we see technical and vocational education. Parents will prefer their children who, in usual terms, you consider not being smart to attend technical and vocational school, and those that they think they are smart should attend the traditional secondary schools. And for that reason, nobody wanted to do the TV because they think that the reputation there is low. Again, technical education is expensive. The regular education, you just need a building and you run in courses. But for technical education, quality technical education, as the President of the Republic wants us to move it, is very expensive. But the expensiveness of it, the government is working so much at that, and we are improving quality of technical schools with buildings, with infrastructure, with equipment, and also with training of instructors. So that one has been done to some extent, but the perception is what we're working on. And with the perception, the ministry together with the CODVET, which is now CTVET, had a program that we say that my TVET, my life. And under that, we had ambassadors of TVET. These ambassadors, they have a wide age gap. The principal ambassador was, or is the First Lady of the Republic, Mrs. Rebecca Ekufuado, as a principal ambassador. And you have people like Ochiame Kwame, Kwame Sifakan, Becky, and others. These are the people that on the social media, they have a lot of followers. And most of them too are practitioners of TVET. And then we have the role models also. We have put all these together to ensure that TVET will be all over the environment, and people who have people admiring them as role models will be talking about TVET. So parents as well as students themselves will change their mindset so far as TVET. Thank you very much. Honorable. Thank you very much.
Very well. I'm ignoring the ladies because of what happened yesterday. So, yes, Honorable Sweeney.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Nominee, congratulations. Let me start from TVET, Technical Vocational Education. It was a topical issue in the last election. the National Democratic Congress promising to make it free. And you were in charge of TVET. So my question will be two-pronged. During the debate, it was reported that your minister at the time, Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempeh, indicated that the NDC got it wrong because TVET was already free, and that $800 million, according to the reports, was available or used for its implementation. You, on the other hand, indicated that the Ministry of Education had laid two educational bills, the Pre-Tertiary Bill and the Education Regulators Bill, before Parliament that will allow technical and vocational institutions to benefit from the free SHS policy from the following academic year. Based on these two narrations, who was telling the truth? And whilst at that, can you tell us the processes that were used, because I have seen a couple of ambassadors for TVET, to select these ambassadors, and how much are they paid?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My minister then and myself were telling the truth. It's a matter of reportage. The FDC then said that technical TVET is not free. But we're saying that TVET is free per the free SHS policy. All second cycle institutions under the Ministry of Education, and for that matter, under Ghana Education Service, also benefit from the free SHS. So the technical schools under Ghana Education Service, as the policy was, were also benefiting from what the traditional secondary schools were benefiting from. In addition to that, monies for their practicals, hand-on practicals, money for their practicals and final exams, money for basic tools, for teaching and learning of TVET were all provided by government. So on that point, TVET is free. In addition to the examination fees, Honorable Chair, the examination fee for secondary schools were far lower as compared to that of the technical schools, technical and vocational, and government also footed that as we did for the traditional secondary school. Yes, I said that we had the bills to ensure that we get everyone on board. Everyone on board in the sense that the policy didn't allow other second cycle institutions, though under government, but under different ministries, to benefit from the free SHS according to the policy. So to get all other TVET institutions which belongs to government, but under different ministries other than Ministry of Education, the pre-tertiary bill was a necessity, a vehicle to ensure that they all get on board, and that was clearly stated in the TVET transformation.
So if I understand you, what you are saying is that at the time this debate was going on, technical and vocational education was only free in second cycle institutions under the Ministry of Education, and not all technical and vocational training institutions. Is
absolutely right?
Okay. Now let's move more. But you got 150 votes. But you distributed to more delegates 1,500 Ghana cedis each, and a flat screen TV. 1,500 Ghana cedis and a flat screen TV to each delegate. When you were contacted by Corruption Watch, you admitted giving the 1,500 and TV to each delegate, but said it didn't constitute inducement. What do you make of the argument that politics or the race to occupy political office is becoming a reserve for people with big pockets, which does not augur well for the fight against corruption in our politics?
Thank you very much. I said it didn't constitute inducement because nobody was induced. I am an MP who visits her constituency every week, provided I'm in the country. I don't have any official assignment. So needs of constituents cuts across. That was the answer I gave them, not admitting that I gave this or that. I said that the need of constituents cuts across. And there are many instances per their need and per their terrain. I provide too many things for them. For primaries, you and I know how our primaries are. And for issues about primaries, anything is possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This report was very categorical. You admitted, and I think they did it with some recordings, you admitted that you gave each delegate 1,500 Ghana cedis and a flat screen TV. And it is surprising that you say that it was not inducement, because only in 2016, when you were contesting for the first time from the classroom, you accused your opponent, that was Victor Smith then, of giving some of your party executives 1,000 Ghana cedis to induce them. 4 years on, you think 1,500 Ghana cedis and flat screen TV, it's okay in our politics?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I never contested primaries with Ambassador Victor Smith. So when you talk of primaries here and you talk of general elections here, Honorable Chair, I can't understand the comparison he's
I
trying to
wasn't
make.
talking about primaries. I was talking about inducement. And you consider 1,500 and flat screen not to be enough to induce people 4 years after you accuse your opponent in a general election of attempt to induce people with 1,000 Ghana cedis. That is when you were first coming from the classroom.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. 2016, during the general elections, I wasn't coming from the classroom. It was 2016 March, that I came from the classroom. And I've never accused Ambassador Victor Smith of giving money. Never.
That's okay. This discrimination against some female, all right. I give you one each.
Man, is it okay? That was my second question.
Oh, you have done about 4. When I was leaving, I gave it to you before I left. When I was leaving, since I came, you have done more than 2. Yes, Honorable Zare.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know, you and I have a special relationship, but today you are threatening to. No, I need to celebrate my former Vice President, the Honorable nominee. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity and welcome. Congratulations. The Honorable nominee and I were in Cape Coast University together in Valco Hall. She was my Vice President, Hall President. So you should allow me to say a few words. Congratulations again.
Thank you, Honorable.
My first, as women, we are all women, and we've all found ourselves in this environment of being legislators. I have an overriding passion for the education of the girl child. And I'm wondering whether you have any ideas or thoughts about ways in which to reshape policy around girl child enrollment and retention in school. And I say this from the background of some of our girl students dropping out of school, sometimes not because they are not academically endowed, but for basic necessities such as sanitary amenities. They go and they don't come. What will we do as women to make sure that the girls enroll in school and they remain in school till completion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Issues about girls' dropout rate are numerous. Some of the girls simply get sexually active too early. And you know, adolescent girls, too many things are possible. Some also do not find it comfortable to be in school during that time of menstruation. That is why in recent times we celebrate International Day of Menstruation to take away stigmatization of menstruation, so that even the girl who saw herself, she can still feel confident to be in school. In addition to that, the Ministry of Education, together with UNICEF and the Girl Child Unit, are collaborating to get a number of washrooms, appropriate washrooms with changing rooms in the schools. Because research proves that most of the girls, the nature of the urinal that we have in our schools, when you are in your menses and you use those urinals and the next person goes there, you feel embarrassed. So getting modern washrooms together with changing rooms are keeping a number of the girls in school. With sanitary pads or sanitary materials, there are issues that we're moving along forward and backwards. And about 3 years ago, on the International Day of Menstruation, there were 2 young ladies from KNUST who had made sanitary pad with banana peels and others, which special business initiatives supported them. Unfortunately, I left the gender ministry, so I can't speak of what have become of them and where are their products. So there's a lot of collaboration going on. On the other hand, with the reusable sanitary pads that the donor partners were supporting us to develop, the question is, how well are you going to be sure that the reusable sanitary pads are washed well? If they are not washed well, they're going to have some infections. And the disposable ones are also expensive, that supplying them always is also one other school of thought. So we're still brainstorming, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Service, and the donor partners, how well we're going to make this possible. But in my own corner, even this year, the International Day of Menstruation, I supply my constituency with huge quantities of sanitary pads through the Girl Child Unit. And again, to keep the girls in school, again in my own corner, I've had a small club in my constituency that I pick the girls from primary 4 before they become sexually active, to psych them, to know what is ahead of them, to give them role models. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And my final question, still in the area of retention in school, I will share some data with you from the East Gonja municipality where I come from. In 2016, 28 females across from primary JHS to SSS dropped out of school due to pregnancy. In 2017, 41 of such cases were recorded.
Honorable Chair, please kindly take your time so that I pick the data to talk to that. Thank you very much.
Sorry, what do you mean by you are writing them down, or?
I can give you the details.
I'm not, but I didn't get her first figure and then she mentioned the second figure. Thank you very much.
In 2016, 28 females dropped out of school from primary JSS and SHS due to pregnancy. In 2017, 41 of such cases were recorded. In 2018, we recorded 43. In 2019, 27 such cases were recorded. And then in 2020, 59 of such cases were recorded. Many parents, and especially their mothers, get very emotional about this development. And anytime we've engaged them, they have attributed it to the in-out schooling system that we have, the double track. They claim that when the girls go to school and they come back home, by the time it is their time to return, they are found pregnant. What do you think I don't know whether this data, you have this data at the Education Ministry, can do to ensure that the double track system that is being blamed for this situation can be regularized on time so that students will go to school, stay in school, remain in school, and finish school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's interesting. Honorable Chair, talking about double track and teenage pregnancy. The data is incompatible. When the students complete BC, they stay home for about 4 or 5 months. And if they could stay home for that period, they don't get pregnant. Why then do we say that the free SHS, the in-out brings about a pregnancy? That one, Honorable Chair, it can be the main cause. Issue about bringing up the girl child, everybody is involved. And once we speak about the in-out is the result of the pregnancy, the girls will continue to get pregnant. But between JHS and SHS, they stay home the longest period and they don't get pregnant. So that can be the reason why they are getting pregnant. Again, even if you have those numbers, when you compare those numbers with the total dropout from BEC to SSC, I would say that the free SHS, being it a single track or double track, is much more beneficial than it used to be. Thank you very much.
All right. Chairman, it's important to clarify that the period between when the JHS graduates stay at home and go to school, they are not registered students in the database of the Ghana Education Service. Thank you.
Please, 1 minute. If you want to ask a question, I'll give you. If you're coming to talk, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee, congratulations. Just want to know your view about this because you were working in both ministries. You were in the ministry before, gender, children, and then moved to education. School feeding, the quality of the food that is meant to give children a decent meal. What are the monitoring mechanisms that are used to make sure that they have the right nutritional value and is decent enough for your child and my child to enjoy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, school feeding, the mechanism in place, it's such that it should be well monitored. For instance, the caterers report to the heads of schools, and then we also have the CISOs, previously called the CS. And then we have the education director himself or herself to ensure that the right things are done before they certify that they should be paid. So all these systems are there. So I'm expecting that all these group of people who are not political would ensure that the right things are done. And for my constituency, I occasionally visit them and I taste the food. I don't even announce to them that I was going there. So the kind of food depends on our individual and sometimes our individual attitude. Because you visit caterer A and the food is good, and you visit caterer B, it may not be too good. That's why you have all those structures. So the structures are there. So as MPs, let's all encourage these individuals to do the right supervision for us to get the worth of the government's money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But you also know that very often, though it's not said, the cooks are along party lines. And so I think the monitoring has to be stronger. just to make sure that the children get the right food. The next question is on renovation of schools. Very often, schools are awarded, built, and after that, nothing else is done about them. What do you think can be done in the ministry this time around? So there may be a school block that for 20 years has not even seen a new coat of paint. And that is where the child is taught. So the environment will influence that child's way of thinking, that this is what is normal. This is what is normal. What do you think about that, and what can your ministry do to change that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The schools are built and they are furnished, and the maintenance. The Ministry of Education, together with Ghana Education Service, has instituted what we call base grant. Previously, we had capitational grant. In addition to the capitational grant, we have introduced the base grant. The capitational grant is calculated per head, but the base grant is a flat rate, usually given to the schools at the beginning of the academic year. It is a base grant to ensure that whether the enrollment is low or high, every head of school will have some monies to ensure that a tugboat is broken, so you can use that money for a small wall needs some paint, even though the whole school, a small portion of the wall needs some paint, so it could be useful. All these monies are sent. So it's up to all of us to ensure that the right things are done. For the base grant, it's not per head. So those are what is supposed to be used for small maintenance in a basic school. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you permit me, let me clarify this a bit to help all of us. It's because as a country, we've not given real meaning to our decentralization program. Because these educational infrastructures are supposed to be maintained by the district assemblies. Educational infrastructure, health services, transport services within the districts are supposed to be the attention of the district assemblies. But it's because we've not understood the decentralization policy very well, we keep on burdening the education service with this. And sometimes the MPs should come and paint the school. MPs should come and do this in the school. But it's the assembly's responsibility.
Thank you for the education, senior colleague. So the last question is school feeding. I hope you're going to be able to keep to. Does that fall under you or gender? Gender.
Honorable Chair, is gender.
All right, when gender comes, we'll ask that question. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I want to take the nominee back. Most of the questions I'm going to ask is going to help her in her work as a deputy minister. The first one has to do, from your background as a Christian, there has been a strong advocacy, especially during the time of the COVID, that our mission schools should revert to the original owners so that they can properly maintain the school. And as an old boy of Infanspim, I know within the Infanspim Old Boys fraternity, this has been a very strong desire of Infanspim Old Boys to take over Infanspim school and manage it. What will you have to say about this interest of missions, the Christian and the Islamic religions taking over their schools, like T.I. Ahmadiyya, like the Wesley Girls and this, to run them?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As of now, all the mission schools, government renovates them, government pays teachers, government does everything, but government ensures that for them to maintain their tradition, the heads of the schools are from those denominations. So when you talk of the missionaries or the churches taking their schools back, if I consider my own church, Methodist Church Ghana, I wonder where we're going to get money to pay all the teachers in Wesley Girls, all the teachers in Wesco, all the teachers in Manfi Methodist Girls. So the taking over, we need to understand, because for now, even their regional managers, it's government who pay them. So taking over, unless you explain to me what they mean by taking over, for us, the Methodists and the level of financial constraints most churches go through, I wonder how we can pay salaries. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
What do you have to talk about the recent issues of contact hours, limited contact hours in our schools? Contact hours between the teachers, the tutors, and the students. People have a feeling that recently the contact hours has come down, and as such, the quality of teaching is affecting quality of teaching.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Talking about contact hours, I wish to understand whether you're talking about contact hours in the era of double track or contact hours in what era, please?
I don't want to go to double track or single track or triple track. I just want to make contact hours generic in terms of education, the time that teacher spends with the pupils or with the students.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Under free SHS, contact hours have rather increased. Previously, we were spending, the whole year will give us 1080 periods in a year. But with the free SHS, we have 1308 periods in a year. That is because of an extra hour that we have added onto the students. We're doing more contact hours, even though the number of weeks they spent in school as compared to the traditional system had reduced slightly, but additional hour a day had increased the contact hours higher than when we were doing the traditional 3 terms. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, private schools were severely hit during the COVID period when schools were closed down. A lot of these private schools have grown through the toil and investment of Ghanaians. Some of these people are virtually at their knees. They can't just wake up anymore. What are you going to do as a ministry in advising your minister to try and see how you can lift these people back to their feet and get their schools to run efficiently, to be able to augment the efforts of the public schools?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. During the COVID era, there were some incentives given to some private enterprises, and the private schools were not left behind. Thank you very much.
Can you give me just about, in figures or percentages, how many private schools were supported in that period?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. For the figures, I cannot, but I know, according to my former minister then, they wrote letters to the president directly, and the president referred the letter back to the minister, and they have Association of Private Schools. They held meetings, and some packages was given to them. That one I know, but the numbers, Honorable Chair, I can't give the number.
Honorable Chair, as you go into the ministry with your colleague, my very good friend, Reverend Fojo, two Reverend Minister and Reverend Madam, going there to support Dr. Bichum. I just want to, from the Association of Private Schools, only 0.01% were supported. So they've made an appeal, and I want you, as Reverend Ministers and as Christians, I want you to see how best you will support them. Let me go to the issue, very important issue, and I'm saying this coming from your background. When I was a child, the most potent education unit for me is the counseling unit.
the counseling unit. And I believe most of us who are here had the benefit of the counseling officers from the GES coming to the schools. Mr. Chairman, I will ask. Madam, what do you think we need to do to revive the counseling unit of the Ghana Education Service? Because in the days in which we are today, you agree with me that our children need a lot of counseling.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. A lot has been started already. There's much counseling inculcated into the 4-year B.Ed curricula that we have developed for the teacher education unit. The teacher education unit, that the colleges of education used to be 3 years with the diploma certificates, where every teacher after diploma wants to get a degree. Now it's degree straight away. So every teacher is given a lot of training in counseling. And the school systems, we also trying to strengthen the counseling unit through the professional development system that we've put in place under Ghana Education Service, where teachers are given training intermittently in service training to work on the counseling. Thank you very much.
The next has to do with affiliation fees. Private universities are complaining about the huge sums of money they pay as affiliation fee to be accredited by the regular universities. Is there anything you think the ministry can do in order to alleviate their suffering? Because it says sometimes they have to pay almost about $100 per student. You know, yeah. So equivalent of $100 per student. So what do you do?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will discuss this with my minister. And again, in the Education Regulators Bill, which is now an act, that prolonged affiliation was dealt with. The affiliation does not go beyond 3 years. It's in the Education Regulators Act. And GTEC is working to ensure that it doesn't go beyond that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Chairman, my last, I think my sister has disposed herself well, but let me go to the very touchy issues that is contributing to our high volumes of unemployment in the country. Almost every university is churning out graduates in the humanities. What do you think we need to do with our educational curriculum, especially at the tertiary level, to make the sciences and the technical subjects the priority of the universities instead of the humanities?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In the TVET transformation agenda, equipping all the technical universities is paramount. And as of January 6th, 2021, 10 of the technical universities had received very much improvements in their laboratory and workshop equipment. Our second cycle TVET institutions are also receiving facelift with modern equipment and modern way of teaching together with ICT. Many more are benefiting from different interventions, workshops and laboratories together with equipment, and also all our MVTIs are also receiving facelift, classrooms, administration block, workshops with modern equipment, as well as vehicles for instructors and some training, together with curricular improvement, together with pedagogy. All these will, together with the ambassadors that we have, and with the awareness that we're creating in TVET, as part of education. Many more are seeing technical and vocational education as a way to reduce youth unemployment and poverty. When I go to the Ministry of Education, the number of students in our various TVET institutions were quite low. But this year, most students chose the technical courses themselves with very good aggregate. So gradually the awareness is being done, and we wish that with the kind of investment government is doing at TVET area, all of us should be advocates to attract a lot of young people into these areas. What TVET,
so
you are self-employed.
So will you, Mr. Chairman, will you be a lead advocate in saying that schools like UNER, UHAS, KNUST, and the rest should focus on their science and TVET and stop offering the humanities?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In the Education Regulators Bill and all the university bills that we passed last session of Parliament, universities are given niche areas so that every university will take charge of a particular program, not doing everything. And in so doing, I'm sure you're going to regulate the humanities and get what we have invested in. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Let me say this, my comment. I have a lot of respect for the nominee since she entered Parliament. Her human relations have been perfect, and I want her, as she goes to the ministry again, to continue to exhibit those qualities. She's a good role model. Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable nominee, I'm bringing the curtain down. Honorable Suhini says that he wants to
Thank you.
state something.
Thank you very much,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, for indulging me. My last question that I asked the nominee, she emphatically said that she had never accused the then candidate of the NDC, that is during the 2016 general elections. I just want the records to capture that she was speaking at her campaign launch at Ochim Osiem in the constituency. That's the North, Abuakwa North constituency, and disclosed at the Mammoth rally that Victor Smith had said he will buy all the NPP executives so that he could snatch the seat from the NPP, and truly he had started doing so. This is after she had accused him of giving 1,000 Ghana cedis to 2 of NPP executives to lure them to join his campaign. I just wanted the
Very
record
well,
to
this
capture
is
that.
a report you're reading. It's not a matter
Yes,
of fact
thank
you
you.
can speak to. Yes, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, I see from here, your CV, that in 2014, you get best WASI results in biology. What does that mean? That you were a teacher of biology at that time?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, as a biology teacher in Akosomo International School, I was teaching biology and integrated science. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Right, and your class got the best biology results, right?
Exactly so, Honorable
And
Chair.
the same year, you won the hardworking teacher of Akosomo International. You won the VRA Corporate Silver Award in 2015, Best Teacher VRA Schools 2015, Best Cambridge Teacher 2015, Meritorious Work Towards Development of GAST. GAST is Ghana Association of Science Teachers, is that right?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Very good. So you have a sufficient experience in transmitting biological information to young people as a teacher. But you inspire me with your discussion as TVET, Deputy Minister in charge of TVET. What I've seen and what I've experienced is that TVET is investing in a lot of the things you do already. Equipment to support sewing, hairdressing. But there's something missing in our advancement, like the Deputy Minister for Energy just said, welding and fabrication. I don't know what interest or what investment you have. But I suggest that TVET, if you're going to be in charge again, should look at the training in fabrication, welding, fabrication, and so on, because ideas, of course, ideas that will help you propel or create the things you can conceive of your mind often involves fabrication and welding and carpentry and so on. The things we do already have received enough attention, but I suggest we focus on the other things which enable our creativity to be exhibited. That's my suggestion to you. On that note, we thank you for... Don't worry, you can ask her when we leave here. We thank you for attending upon the committee to answer questions. You will hear from us again. But for now, you're discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, members.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did...
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Lopa in one of her popular songs said girls just want to have fun. But as I grew up, I realized that the narrative has changed. These same girls now say they just want to have fun. I mean, the money. But what do women really expect from their partners when it comes to their sexual exploits and expectations? What message are we trying to send across to the man when it comes to issues of bedmatics? On this All Ladies Affairs on Moans and Cuddles, we focus on what women expect from their men on issues of their sexual exploit. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. It doesn't get any better than this. We'll be right back. You're welcome back to Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I bet you already know that when ladies meet to talk about pressing issues, there's always fire on the mountain. That is exactly what is going to happen on this episode of Moans and Cuddles. I go with me, like, you know, it's an all ladies affair. Today and we're going to talk like in depth, the things that is affecting us that we wish our men out there knew about. So today we've been joined, it's like all new faces and I like that. So I have here with me lifestyle coach and sexpert, Auntie Ami. Auntie Ami, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, and we also have Sharon Treadles. Sharon Treadles is a businesswoman. Later on, I'll tell you what she's into. Sharon, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So yeah, this is an all ladies affairs, as we already know. We want to go in depth. So, Auntie Ami, one thing that really bothers me, it kind of looks like Ghanaian women are not so open-minded about when issues about sex. But is it true? How open are we to issues about sex?
You know, if you talk of how open women are, I will actually say it's because of our cultural background. You know, culturally, women are supposed to be submissive. And that is really having a toll on us, you know. But women should be able to go all out when it comes to sex. You know, culturally, if you are too loud about sex, you are looked at with a certain eye. You get it? So we have to hold back so that we earn our respect. Respect in quotes.
But why should we hold back?
Which is wrong. It's wrong. That is why we are here today to correct all that.
We are here.
Yes.
We are here. Yes. We have come. Yes. Sharon, but do you think women or ladies know much about sex when it comes to the whole sex thing?
Okay, as Auntie Ami said, culturally, women sometimes feel shy to talk about their sex life. They don't have the courage to talk about it because they think the society is going to say she's spoiled, she's this, she's that. That is why we are.
But Sharon, are you open to talking about what works for you when it comes to the bedroom thing and all that?
Yes, I'm very, very open.
Hey,
I'm very, very open.
I trust you. Okay, but we've made mention of the whole cultural thing holding us back, the society, stuff like that. Your man might think that, oh, this lady, she knows that, I mean, she's been around the place for a while. How do we manage such a situation?
It's about educating the woman to know how she fits in society when we talk about sex. You see, sex is not an event. I always say it. It's a process. You need to really go into it for your man to understand you. But society is holding women to really drift from that, which is bad. So I would say women should have that voice to go all out, to sell themselves to their men so that they get accepted. Yes. Sell themselves to their men. If you are selling something, what do? You put a price tag on it. What you are given and how you enjoy what you are being given. Let me put it in that context.
Okay.
You get it?
I get it. Because if I'm a woman and then I feel like, okay, I'm giving my man head when he's giving blowjob in this process of sex, it should be enjoyable because he must also keep clean so that I also enjoy the act. Maybe that's what works for me. That's what turns me on. That's my fantasy. Okay, Auntie Ami, but let me move to Sharon. Is it okay for a woman to sit her child down and go like, okay, let me show you one or two things that you can add to the whole thing? How do you go about it? Do you have your mom ever talking to you about that?
No, I learn. We have movies. Hey. We have movies.
Movies then, sir. 18 plus or what?
We have movies we watch and then sometimes
after watching the movie, you feel like doing what is in the movie, as in you and your partner and everything. You can't really say the other one or the J. I mean, like, so you need to learn some of the things outside. No parent will sit his or her child down. This is how to do doggy, this is how to do missionary and then stuff. So you need to learn from, I think, the telenovelas and then the rest.
But Answer, you were talking about, you know, the education. Should mothers, you know, sit us down and go like, okay, you say, it will come with this.
My mom never did that. But then I remember my grandma growing up. You see, in the olden days, they would just sit you and then try to give you some tidbits about sex. It wasn't that explicit though, but at least it helps. Okay, if we do that, it helps. But I do it. I do it not with my daughters though, but with young ladies.
And why not with your daughters?
Because they are not up to that age.
Okay. But then ideally, what age should mothers or parents be talking to their girls about issues?
Well, it depends on the topic. But issues about bedmatics, okay, the spicy bedmatics, at least 18 and above, you have the liberty to let the person know. But letting the child know about her sexuality from age 12, the child is so ripe to know about her sexuality. But talking about bedmatics, it should be an adult kind of thing. So 18 plus.
When we are watching movies and then there's a sex, you know, big kissy kakrape, then you know your parents are looking at you. Either you are hey, I'm going to drink water, or they will change it.
Sometimes you pretend as if there's some mosquito somewhere. You see?
We've all been through that.
And it depends on the age.
Okay.
Okay. If the person is underage, of course, it's not good for you to allow her to watch. But after 18, if you don't teach her, she will go and learn the wrong thing somewhere else.
I agree with that.
So it's better
I've been with girls
you open up to them.
Yeah.
You see, parents, open up to your young girls and daughters. Open up to them. You see, discuss sex with them.
Sharon, how did you learn how to make love?
For me, unfortunately, my dad and my mom are not together, so it was difficult coming up from the society which I was. I think with friends, when they go and come, oh, okay, this is what I want to do today. I started learning it. Okay, she went out today to kiss or catch me. Then the next minute I also go out. So let's say mine was with friends, because I had no mom to sit me down, be like, do it like this, do it like that. No.
So how did you build up? Is it movies? Did you read about it? Did you watch the pornographic material? How did you do it?
Okay, as I said, movies. Yes, I do movies, and then I sometimes watch the porn. Yes, that is how I became.
You don't want to use the word pro. I feel.
Yes, so that's how I became. Yes, and I'm very good in it now.
When it comes to first time experience, maybe first time you kissed, first time you had sex, we assume that your first time it wasn't. Of course, I remember the first time I kissed. I'm thinking like, okay, that's what I did. It was no story to write home about. So how do you build it? I don't know how we do it, but then as time goes on, you realize that something that you're doing, you're pro in it. If it was head that you were given to a man, you become good with it. You're a good kisser. Maybe you know how to write, let me put it. So how do we do it?
The first time we all had it, I was like, so what's all the hula baloo about this? I didn't really feel anything. It was all pain. So is this going to be forever? But the second time I saw an improvement. Okay, because I did my homework well. I started reading about sex. You get it? I started finding out the sports that will make me feel happy and the sports that will make him feel happy too. So, kakra, We built it, and now it's fun. Okay, with what I do, of course, I learn a lot, and I practice a lot. So I'm a pro now.
Young country ones. Okay, and to me, we all learn. I would say we learn on the job, but yeah, it's the job. We learn on
the job training. That's the best.
Yes, we learn on the job. Yeah. But then we're talking about what we wish men knew about our sexual expert. After we've gathered all the information, after we know the whole thing with bedmatics, how do you introduce it to your partner?
One, communication. Okay. Communication. You just don't get up and then introduce something new. You see, I told you sex is a process. It's not an event that one touch, then it's gone. You start with the sexual response cycle, okay, which starts with the expository aspect of it. Today we are going to have fun, and we are going to have real fun.
Okay.
So exposition. How do you get your man turned on? You get it? And every man is different. Every man is different. Women think men are all the same. No. Your taste is different from mine. If we all like beer, you like yours chilled. Very important. If you know what your man wants, then you will know how to turn him on. So the expository part of it, we say men are visual animals. Sorry. But we are animals, of course, so no sorry. Look for what turns him, not men, him, your man on. Is it the room? Is it the temperature? Is it the outfit? You get it? Is it alcohol? Is it dirty words? You see, some men are turned on when you talk dirty to them. Sweetheart, today, I have one thing that I say. Are we going to Rome today? You get it? Okay. He understands the concept of Rome. Are we going to Rome today? Do you want to go to Rome? Of course I do. So how are we getting there? Then it starts. You see, the build-up starts. You see, some women are not ready for sex, so they always want the light off. Why am I saying this? If you didn't take good care of your body, you always feel shy to expose your nakedness in front of your man. So in as much as you want to turn your man on, you also have to take good care of your body. So that if the light is on, you don't say Dunkaniano. Every man wants to look into the hole and see the trash and he wants to see it. And it's something super. If the lights are turned on, how exactly? At least some dim light. You see, I say men are pinky. They are pinky. Why are they pinky? They want to see the pink of it. The pink of it. You catch the yes. You see, so exposition. When you expose and then the turn on is, and everything is in place, the sexual response cycle, I call it the EPO. Then the plateau. You've taken him to the plateau where the nerves, everything is opening up. The penis is gradually building. That is where the intensity is. The thrashing, the holding, the mourning, the whoosh, the ash. Then it takes you to where? After the plateau, it takes you to orgasm. And then one thing that we should also take notice of is, if you orgasm, it doesn't mean that's the end of sex. If I orgasm, it doesn't mean that's the end of sex.
Some people think that's the you've reached the peak.
It's a wrong notion.
Oh, okay.
Sex is over when we both orgasm. So if you come first, you have to help me come too.
And then if you orgasm, that doesn't mean that you should stop.
No,
you can rest, but then you should follow up.
We all should be at the same level.
All right.
So when I come first, I have to help you. When you do first too, you have to help me. So that at the end of it all, we all score 100%.
But then if we have sex, we've done with the foreplay, there's been penetration. Maybe the man has come, right? Yes. And then maybe for him to get erected, it's hard for him. Fine, that's up to you. But what can you do to help the woman come at that process where maybe the man has come and then he doesn't feel like he'll be erected anytime soon?
It's difficult for a man to orgasm and then start all over again. The man has had his satisfaction. It's up to him to help the woman also come. Yeah. So what do? This is the time to use your organics.
Okay.
Your organics. Like you're playing the organ. The fingers.
The fingers.
I call it the organics. You have to play the woman to come. Look, the fingers, one of the strongest tools during sex are the fingers and then the tongue. Very strong, aside the organs. So if you use the organ and then you don't get to where you want to be, plan B, the tongue or the organs. You can use your tongue to really lick her to ecstasy.
I mean, this tongue that they said they will not do, this licking that they said they don't like.
Who said so?
There are many. They have so many reasons.
The men?
Yeah.
It's because you are not keeping the palace well.
I fear her.
That is it. If the himfear is perfect, no man will run away from her. Men enjoy licking more than women, I tell you. It's true.
Me.
When you go out, ask them. They do enjoy it. And you see there is some natural flavor down there. That flavor adds spice to every act, as in sexual acts. But the women are killing that flavor. They are killing it with all sorts of things. These are... this is one of the salient things that I want to tell women. That scent there is for a purpose. It's the natural one, not the, you see, if it gets diseased, that scent is different. But the natural scent, if a man fingers you and doesn't wash the hand and then smells it, it can give him another erection.
For that scent that you're talking
about.
Okay.
Ask them. They will tell you.
We will ask them. When we get there, we will ask them. We will ask them. We'll surely do. But Sharon, okay, you have something to add.
I don't agree with Auntie Ami saying every guy loves licking. Some of the guys, they have it in mind that, maybe Oyani menses, why should I lick there? And then some of the guys also think it's good for them to lick you, like as in they enjoy it. You see? So we have two different types of boys over here, or men.
If
so
I say every man, not in totality or holistic, at least if you pass, if you get about 70% of men loving it, it means they do. You get my point?
Yes.
It's the percentage. They do love it. Of course, if you put fufu here, not everyone will enjoy it.
Because you speak to women, maybe the women I've spoken to, Ghanaian young women, where they go like, oh, my boyfriend doesn't want to go down on me. My boyfriend doesn't want to do this. It's just like one time, like men that they meet. So with me, I kind of believe that on the real, they are not liking the whole thing because of all the misconceptions around it.
Maybe that is it, but they do love it. I interact with a lot of men. I do. I'm saying this on empirical evidence, not any.
You know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking about, Polly.
Hold on to that one. let's go for a quick break. When we come back, Months and Cuddles continues.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking,
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
You're welcome back. As we said earlier, it's an all-ladies affair. So I have here with me lifestyle coach Auntie Ami, and then businesswoman Sharon Treadles. The only Sharon Treadles. But ladies, we've been talking about all the things that women have to know, like the basic when it comes to bedmatics. We've established that. We've identified the things that we are not doing right. Now let's move on to what we wish the men knew about us when it comes to our sexual exploit. Auntie Ami, can you give us, at least a list of what women look out for? Maybe based on the experience you have, ladies you've spoken to, what are they saying they want from the men?
Ladies want men to know that their VJ,
the vagina,
their palace, their vagina, their automobile, their Castro.
I like all the names.
You like it?
I like it.
Look, women, we are an idol. You see, we were a few minutes ago talking about licking. I told you men enjoy it, but the way some men do it, it becomes suicidal.
Tag of war. World War IV.
Just that the women just want to urge their men on so they don't complain. So silent pain. Now, if you want to really lick a woman and do it well so that the woman enjoys it, there is a technique of doing it. First, you start with the teasing. Some men will just get up and hurrah. No.
That's not how we do it.
Let me drink to that.
Please, I need to drink to that.
So cheers.
Cheers to that, Sharon. We are coming to open keys. So Auntie Ami, let's drink before we go into it.
Okay. So we are going explicit now.
Let's do it.
First, you need to tease the woman. Tease the woman. You see, when you want something, and then you see this is the thing, but you are not being given the thing. You see how painful and how frustrating it is? You see, when you add a little frustration to sex, oh my God. Men, we like that. So tease the clitoris. Tease it with your tongue. Tease the tip of the clit. Please don't chew.
Don't use your teeth.
Is the tongue. Then as you tease, you go down there. You locate the G-spot. There are a lot of men who don't even know there's a G-spot. I tell you, they don't know.
They don't know anything.
They just wire their way through, and that is it. Yeah. As you tease the G-spot and then you locate the G-spot, you tease the clit and then you come down, locate the G-spot. Just hold the nipple. There is a connection from the G-spot to the nipple. Hold the nipple. Please don't squeeze it like you are squeezing yogurt. Just hold it and then tease that part too. So you have double teasing. And just close your eyes and perceive the sensation that will give you. Are you perceiving it?
I'm dead.
How exciting this will be. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So if you do this to your woman, she will call for more.
Near daddy.
Oh my God. You see, women are told to mourn. Sometimes you tell a woman that during sex, mourn. It's not automatic. You have to spark the car well. If the engine is good and you spark it, automatically it will move.
It will move. You don't need anyone
you
to
don't
push
need
it.
anyone
No.
to push it to mourn. So you hear the ta-ta-ta. You see, as you do it, the sound, it also adds sensation to it. That you get it.
And tell me, I get
Yes.
it. I copy.
Then in a dim kind of room, you see fluorescented.
Candles.
Oh my God. You see, sex is a whole ball game. You need to really prepare. The notion is men are visual elements. So the women, we just dress sexily for them. My men, you to dress sexy for us. We also need it. You see how exciting it will be to see your man in that nice boxer shorts. Pauli,
nice boxer shorts.
Nice
neat.
boxer shorts. Neat.
Yeah. If you don't
And
have
then-
new ones for the act,
Not
you should
the
get
new one per
You
se.
should get a very nice one. Just
I
as we
always
also
say-
put effort in what we wear.
Always segregate your panties as women and men. Know the ones you take to Rome. A lot of men want to take siege. You get it? They want to be in control. We want to tell our men that we also want to be in control. We want to be the men. We want it sometimes the rascal way. During sex, if you become a little bit rough on your girl, on your woman, it's so exciting. If you need to slap, slap. We love it. You see, sometimes when you are watching porn, you see them slapping the bottles. It's for a purpose. The deoyao.
Sweet pain.
Sweet pain.
Okay.
You get it? Slap it. And then when you are playing with the nipple, you see, sometimes a little pain. A little pain. A little pain. It adds something to it. You see, sometimes you want it rough. You want it rough.
Okay. Answer me,
Put
but
us in the,
we want it raw, but then there are some women who don't like the whole pain thing. So as we are talking about what we wish they knew, you should talk to him and be like, okay, I don't want you to slap me.
So you have to know your woman.
You have to know.
Know your woman. That's why communication is key during sex. The surest way to get a perfect orgasm is through communication. Onipa no so waso. Onim say feeling ni waso. Why you come now no? Show him where the feeling is. Okay, there are a lot of places on both men and women that we've not explored, but they are very sensitive. Very, very sensitive. We don't know. And so we go to the wrong places, and at the end of the day, we complain we didn't get orgasm. You didn't show him where to tickle you to get that perfect orgasm you want. You get it? You see, at the back of the knee is very sensitive. Women love being caressed at the back of their knee. Very sensitive. You see? And then when you use your tongue, put a little block. Ice.
The ice. Oh, Sharon was make mention of that.
Put a little ice in your mouth. Let it get that cold. Remove the ice. And then rub your tongue on the nose of your woman. Oh my God.
It works too.
And then speak to her. You see, there's a way of doing it. Oh my love. I love you. I love you so much. You are my choice. I'll never leave you. Then you are rubbing it. You see, the coldness with the words. It's an instant what? Give me the word. An instant?
Spark. What do I say? It's a spark the right thing.
Spark. You get it? And then between the buttocks.
Yeah.
You see that line there?
Yeah, the one you're caught all the way down there.
Yes. Just use your tongue. it all depends on how you keep the place.
It's true.
Because if you don't keep the place well and you go one, you won't come again. There are a lot of men who go with women and then they never return. Why? Because of something fishy they smelt. Exactly. So to get your man coming to you always, you have to do the right things. Keeping the body so clean. And it makes you, the woman, to what? Confident. If the body is clean, you are confident.
Auntie, I mean, some of the guys also don't keep their body clean. Sometimes you meet a guy, his boxer shorts, he wears it for more than 2 weeks without washing it. So, so when
3 months.
So when you give him BJ, you can smell this is not good. So I wouldn't go again. Yes. So it puts it as off.
It turns you off. It's a turn on. It's a turn off.
Okay.
It's so much of a turn off.
So please, as Auntie Ami saying, Sharon too has added her voice to it. You're expecting that we keep our vagina clean, we wear nice lingerie, stuff like that. You are also expected to keep your place clean, because you cannot be giving somebody head whilst, you know, this offensive smell. It's not right. We don't deserve
Someone
that.
said there are some men, under their penis, the grease there can polish a shoe. You see, and it's very bad. It's bad.
Right. Auntie, you've made mention of some important points. Sharon, when it comes to bed matters, when it comes to sex, what do women expect from their men?
For me, let's say I would love my man to go hard on me, very, very hard.
Oh, you like the pain?
Yes, I want it rough and hard. And then I wish my man, let's say, the whole day, we do it everywhere, kitchen, bathhouse, everywhere.
So you don't like the whole thing that we've tied it to bedroom?
No.
You don't like that?
No. I want it everywhere.
Everywhere possible.
There's light on. I want to see what I'm doing. I want to see what he's also doing. If it comes to recording, we can record, and then after that we play and see what we did. Whether
Sharon, that too has led a lot of women into trouble.
Okay, I wouldn't say we'll record and keep it.
Okay.
Record and delete it.
All
so
right.
after that.
But technology is a devil.
iPhone, you delete it. You go to
We'll go everywhere.
recently deleted. It is there.
We'll go everywhere and delete it. So after that, we'll sit down and talk about our performance. Hey, may I do? Medio, my audio. It's me here. We the one ye. Next time ye say so. I want it hard. I want to be screaming, moaning, smashing, everything.
Okay.
So, that is me.
That's it. Yes. But then I've heard conversation about women saying that they want men to introduce maybe sex toys, lubricants, all other things into the relationship. Because sometimes just the penetration might not work. Some women are just dry. You might, the foreplay, but she's still not getting there. Do you think our men are open to that?
We were talking about the man getting orgasm and the woman is not. You can use sex toys to continue, to also let her have that enjoyable orgasm you had. Okay, some women are not orgasming because we have this extended, there's a technical word, it will come. Okay, you see.
Some women cannot come easily. You have to do extra.
You go the extra mile to get them into having orgasm. Okay. And so the sex toys also help. After the act that you are okay, then you introduce the sex toy, some lube, and you see everything is down there. To get a woman to orgasm, it's all about the G-spot. So if you were able to use your penis to trash and then she orgasms, fine. But if it doesn't happen, there is no cause for alarm. Continue. Use the sex toys. Use the lubes. Okay? Assure her. Take her along till you all end.
All right. But
very important.
Should women start owning sex toys?
It depends on you. If you are using it, of course, you have to own it. Okay. You get it? If you are using
you know, some people have it like, okay, it's the partners. We only bring it out at the time when we are making love. We don't.
Sure, I won't encourage, like, if you are doing that, it means you are doing it, or what are you driving? Like, you are using it yourself.
Yeah, so partners. But when you're coming to make love, you know, they bring it out. It's not
then you use it.
Yeah.
You see, it shouldn't be a mono thing.
All right.
Okay? You should use it together. Like, you are getting the pleasure on yourself by yourself. No. It should be something that you are doing together. It should be an act together.
So you can buy during sex toy for your partner.
Yes,
for the start.
During sex you bring it and then you use it.
Auntie, I mean, what if your husband is not here and then has traveled and then you are feeling for sex but then you don't want to cheat? But then you have the sex toy.
You see, when you start using it yourself, you become addictive.
Auntie, it's not always the case.
Yes.
It's not always
it's not always the case.
Okay. If you tune your mind not to get addictive to it, fine. Because the truth is, you can get so addictive to the sex toy, so much so that when your husband comes around, when your partner comes around, you won't enjoy sex.
But how far can women go when it comes to love making? How far can we go?
We are all different. An act that will last 10 minutes for someone will be so pleasurable, so satisfying. And they are done. They've made it. You get it? Some can go like 2 hours and will not yield any results. It depends on how you do it. It depends on the personalities involved. I know my man. I know my man can go 45 minutes. You shouldn't push him. Do you get it? Yeah. You know your man. You know his capability. So you just have to adjust and then meet him, meet her halfway through. You all enjoy it. Okay. There are some women, I don't know. There are some men, I don't know. You see, they take extra performance drugs. It's true. And so they will hit on you, hit on you, hit on you, hit on you. The day that performance drug is not there, you'll find the person wanting. So be in your lane. Don't give too much pressure. Never compare your partner with the porn you watch. Because the porn we watch, most of the porn we watch are what? Edited versions. So if you push your man to go the way the porn star is doing, you kill him. And it's bad. Okay, so know him.
Sharon, you got anything to add to that?
Okay. Some of us, we are just good. We can go the whole day without getting tired. Yes. So when we meet people that take drugs or something, we have a saying, say,
so that is you.
Because women have, broke contact with men because they didn't meet the expectation when it comes to the time, how you could stay on and on with the sex. But then, should you let them seek help? Like, is it like you're taking them, oh, I recommend that you come early, you ejaculate early. So maybe you should do this, you should seek medical attention or something.
Well, if it's medical.
Okay.
If the problem is medical, of course, you need to seek medical attention.
Okay.
With some, it's not medical. They just don't know how to do it. You see, some women think when you wear condom, it's just to prevent what? STDs and then pregnancies. But wearing condom, that's what? It holds on to premature ejaculation.
Oh, okay.
You see, it delays ejaculation. That is what I should say. It delays ejaculation. So if you are one person that ejaculates quickly, you just wear your CD.
Wear your condom. Fine. Save us some time.
That is it.
Yeah. All right. I want us to take a break here, but when we come back, we move to the part where women are now introducing herbs, the kaya mata, all in their lab making process. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
But I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome back from that quick break. You're watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV, and I am Paulina Deda Opoku. So my makeup was, made by one and only Moa Kiki Sadi. She's on Instagram. I'll put her details out later on where you can also contact her. She can glam me for any occasion, weddings, parties, you name it. But ladies, about a year ago in Ghana, there were calls by men to their fellow men that they should be aware women are now using kayamata. They are using things that is, they say it's to chance them. I don't know how true it is. So now there are products out there. If your man is not giving you money, if your man is not paying attention, your husband is sleeping with young women, the whole kayamata thing is to hold him down. I don't know if you've had instances like that, because previously it used to be the herbs, like the normal herbs. Oh, if you use this, if you add this into this, it will make, your vagina tight. When you're having sex, you will enjoy the act. But now we've taken to a whole different level. We have favor oils, there's the cash out, tie down, Actually, thank you. What has led to the increase in that?
It's because women are realizing that men are cheating on them. They are realizing that men are cheating on them. That is one. Two, quick money. They want quick money. They want to reap where they've not sown. That is the core of it. So if you see a rich man, you need to do some, you get it, to entice him to give you what you want. There is this guy that saw a rich man, of course, a friend's husband. Her friend's husband. She went somewhere, was given a mirror, that anytime she is meeting the man, she should look into the mirror. And according to her, she looks into the mirror, meets the man, and now she has 3 cars. She has 2 buildings. She now wants to quit. She wants to quit the relationship because she thinks she's got all she wanted. It wasn't love though. And then the friend too is not aware. The friend is not aware she's dating the husband. So she's now acquired what she wanted. She wants to leave. And then went back to the juju man to reverse the curse. And the juju man said, when you came, I gave you the rules. And the rules was happy ever after. So it's not reversible. She has to be with the man. And here is the case, she is also afraid of what society will say. So she wants a breakup. You get it? And it's not working. You see this? So women should think about the repercussion. If you are thinking of your pockets, now the pocket is full. The other line. You get it? So think of the repercussion. Don't always think about what you will gain. The guy is handsome. Because of the handsomeness, you go for juju. He is handsome, now he is in your life. What about his other side? If it doesn't balance for you, you've lost. Do you get it? So in as much as we want to please our men, with some too is with innocent intention. Okay, he loves the person. He wants the person to be with. Exactly. But they all have their own repercussions that we should be very careful of.
Okay. Sharon, we are young. Now we know the craze. You go on social media, they keep on advertising. You have these herbs. It makes your vagina tighter. It makes you sweeter. And when you have sex with your man, he will give you money. What has led to women chasing after those kayamata, those herbal medicines that they believe will let your man stick with you?
Okay, I believe as the society in we are now, everything is about quick money, how to get quick money, and then how to make it in life. That's how some people think about it. I want to have this example. Okay, a lady friend went somewhere and took this cream you put on your face, and then a friend visited her. So when the friend visited her, she used the cream also, which the lady didn't know her friend used the cream. So the girl was going home and then met this man in his car. So the man stopped and then gave him his card and gave her 1,000 cedis. Okay, so the next day, the man called the girl to come to his office for money. So when the girl was going, she didn't apply the cream. She didn't know. So she had left her friend's place to her house. So when she went to the man's office, the man sat there and the man was like, I don't know you. Who gave you my card? So she came back and then asked her friend, what is in your cream? And then the friend was like, did you use it? She was like, yes, I used it. And then the girl was like, oh, okay. I went somewhere and then they gave me the cream. So this generation and everything is all about money, 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 money. Someone wants to take somebody's guy because of what the guy is doing for his or her friend. So, Obeka Koto blue eyes, we have chains, we have this toffees and then everything. You take it and then, so I think it's all about money.
Okay.
Money, how to get quick money and everything. Yes.
But Sharon, from the ladies who use these products for the tightening and all that, it's not due to the pressures that their men is giving them. They want to up their game because we are thinking, okay, what men knew when it comes to a special exploit. Every man wants it when your vagina is tight, is clean, you know, he's penetrating and he feels like, ooh, you are tight in there. It's like it's grabbing it. So due to this, then the women go in and they're like, okay, I want to do this inside. I want to take this kind of medicine. So if at the end of the day, it kind of looks like we are doing all this to please our men.
Yes, because some of the men also talk. Girl, maybe we are tight, but then this one has a bigger one. Let's say.
But then if you've roam, of course it will be big.
Exactly.
So you don't expect that. Then at the end of the day,
men should know that.
Okay.
Men should know that this is something that is elastic. Okay, and when you have an elastic band, when you stretch it, at least natural things that you can do to make your vagina tight.
Auntie, may give us some tips.
You see, like the kegel that we all know. You just tuck in the tummy. Wherever you are, tuck in the tummy. Tuck in the tummy. It will tuck in the vagina. And it will make it tight. Food that we eat. You see, eat a lot of fruits. Eat a lot of cucumbers, a lot of pineapples, a lot of carrots. It will give the place that natural scent, that natural flavor that God put there. God did that thing there for a purpose. But we are doing this just to erode that. Is bad. That thing should be maintained. And it should be maintained tightly for our men. you see, is some kind of natural fertilizer. It fertilizes the act. It waters the act. When you take your hand there, you remove it and you smell it. Oh my God, it's something else. But now we are smelling whatever ointment. Whatever ointment. You see,
Whatever
men go
oil.
there, I don't want to mention names. You go down on your woman and what you smell is blah, blah, blah ointment. Blah, blah, blah ointment. Maybe they are not telling us, but it's a fact. They don't like it. And even during sex, there are techniques that you can do to tighten the vagina for your man. Don't just lie down like a log. There are a lot of things you can explore to turn on your man. Okay? As he is trashing, you also have to do something extra. Just hold. There are a lot of things to talk about on this
us tips. You don't have to go and it's open keys at first. All the keys because I know people are doing it the wrong way.
Yes.
They're like, okay, now you've told us all this thing, but how do I do it? How do
you see, one sensational thing that you can give your man is as he is trashing, hold the pussy, release it. Hold it, release it. So when you hold it and the penis is in, when you release, you hear that sound bra. You see? So I wanted to demonstrate it. You see, hold it. When it's in, hold it. Then you release with him. Hold, release. Hold like the Kegel kind of.
Okay, that way.
See, it makes the place tighter.
All right.
You don't need anything to tighten the place.
But Sharon, what are some of the remedies you've heard when it comes to keeping the... some women try to steam it, sit on hot water.
Put alum there, a whole lot.
Alum too.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard of the hot water. It's very good. But the hot water is very good. That's all I can say. With the camphor, it's very, very good.
How good is it? What's the process that you did?
Okay. Hot water. You need to boil the hot water with charcoal, and then you get yourself camphor. You make sure it's powdered.
Auntie, I mean, the camphor is the alum that you were talking. No. That one too is different.
It's different.
Oh, okay.
The powdered camphor, and then you pour it inside the hot water, and you sit on it for some time. It's very, very painful.
Will it give you burning
camphor
sensation?
is the naphthalene balls.
Yes.
Okay. The naphthalene balls.
Right.
That's the camphor.
All right. But then it doesn't come a burning sensation, or it's just normal?
It's painful.
A bit.
It's very,
it's
very
painful because of the
very
hot water. Because of the hot water. And even before sex, just put a little ice in there. Just a little ice.
Okay.
It's sweet. It's very sweet.
All right.
Just a little ice. Put it in there. Hold it for some minutes. Remove it and let him enter.
All right.
It's so magical.
We were talking about all the things that women are expecting from their partner when it comes to love making. But is it to say that the men are aware of all these things and sometimes they intentionally don't want to do it?
Because some men are selfish.
Selfish.
Some men are selfish. You see, if you are not selfish, you become a good leader. If you don't follow, you don't lead for the people to follow you. Side by side, we all move. So if you are not selfish, you listen to your woman and then you move together. And then I wanted to also add this, that one thing that women also want men to know is that we don't always want to lay on the bed. You can have all the styles, but we don't want it always on the bed. You see, obscure places, surprises.
Surprises.
One of the best rooms to have sex is the kitchen.
Sharon.
Yes.
So you are nodding to it.
Sharon. Are you with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
You see, on the kitchen cabinet, put her on the cabinet. And then open it up. That one is an emergency sex. Emergency. You see, we need diversities. Okay? Not always yebeda, yebeda. Some men are like yebeda. And that is the norm. It's always during bedtime, under the duvet. Then papa. When he is okay, you see, when I'm in the kitchen, come there, touch me, let's have it. In the garage, you see, sex is best enjoyed with insecurities. Knowing someone might pop in.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Sharon.
The bathhouse, when the shower is pouring on you.
You see.
Okay.
Just touch your toes and everything will be okay.
Everything will be okay. Thank you very much, Sharon. But then we were talking about when a man is not really performing and maybe you're talking to them. When you are just dating, like we are just getting to know each other, we are not married. You can say that, okay, this is not what I'm looking for, and then you back out. But then in the cases of women who are married, you are married with a man who is, for life, who is not responding. Maybe you've done everything possible, he's not responding. How do you get your partner, your husband, in this case, to tag along with you? Sharon?
Communication. I think I need to sit down with my partner, talk to him, this is what I want. So we come in agreement, okay, I'm going to do it. And then we need to watch, as I said, some movies can help. Okay. Yes, practice makes man perfect. We are going to be practicing till we get there because it's for better, for worse. And then we need each other. So there's no backing out. So we sit down, communicate, and then we get there and everything will be fine. I think so.
And I mean, in cases where you are married to a man who is not really responsible with sex, this one is not like your boyfriend that you can leave him.
Yes.
Now you are into it.
Yeah.
How do you make it work?
So teach him.
Teach him.
Teach him. As she rightly said, communication. Communicate your wish to him. You get it? I said, you know the thing is not here. The man is here. Just pull the hand to where you think you have the feel. Okay? Guide the hand to explore your body. Gradually, he will pick up. But you see, women are not nurtured to communicate during sex. We normally are the dormant type. Enya kura yesi Enya kura yesi also me hanke be me do. But you didn't tell him. Okay? So initially, everything you start with is how it's going to happen. You are talking about marriage. Immediately you marry, build that communication aspect of your married life. Communicate everything, communicate. When you are doing it this way, I don't really feel it. Do it that way. Raise your leg a bit. Do it this way. Let me see. Oh, I like it. I like it. So a man that is sensible, she said what? I like it. Next time he will do it. Oh, no. This one, when you do it, I feel a little pain. So let's try this way. So if he lays you down and you don't like the laying down, sorry. Naman is style exactly. If it's doggy you want, or the what to master, sorry, naman the doggy.
Sorry.
Don't like that. Sorry. That is it. Sorry, guide him.
Okay.
You see, a lot of their balance. If you take control, too much control, it makes them feel they are not performing. And you see, it's one of the factors that inhibit a man's performance. If he feels that you've seen, say he's not performing, it lowers his zeal. So there is a way of doing it. Guide him. All right. And you too, you always do this, do it like this. No. You see, men want to be men. All right. They want to be the head. Though sometimes they forget we are the neck that supports the head.
They don't know.
So, they don't know.
Okay.
So guide him.
But the whole love-making process, there are men who are watching like, okay, sometimes with these women, they fake orgasm. Yeah. How do the men identify that my lady was not satisfied? How do you, because when a woman is not satisfied, how does she behave? So you should give them signs for you to know that, oh, this was no sorry to write home about. You should know that
you should know. You get it.
Like, you know.
Baby.
All right.
And we are so ocean anymore. No, I heard. You should know. After the act, he's all into you. Honey, thank you. Honey, thank you. Medase. You should know that this woman is satisfied. You get it? Yeah. So men, learn the body language of your women. One of the most powerful form of communication is non-verbal. Right. So do something for him too. If you are going to do it verbal, to do it in a subtle way. Okay.
All right.
Not to block.
No disrespect, but then I'll let you know.
With a good sex, after a good sex, you would sleep like a baby because you are tired.
Some people also sleep because they are annoying. You know that.
Hey, wasted. That's what ladies call wasted sin. I didn't. I'm not married, but you wasted annoying. Like that.
Yes. Sometimes when you are not satisfied, it's just annoying, and he thinks why baby ama. It's so annoying. So tell him. Tell him.
All right.
And men too. Let me add this. It's not the bang 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 that satisfies us all. It's the way you do it. You get it. Some people will be on you like 10 minutes. Pa 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 pa. It's good. That is, if that is what your woman wants. Okay. That is why I say learn what your woman wants.
Okay.
There are most women, they don't want that continuous bang, 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 bang. Some of us, we want the teasing aspect of it.
Yeah, which you mentioned.
Let me yearn for it. Let me grab you. Let me beg you. Oh, do it this way. Oh, come. Do it. No, 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 no. Do it this way. I want it that way. No, today you've not held my breast. Hold my breast. You're not holding it well. I mean, hold the nipple. Tease the nipple. You see, tell him. Direct him. Let him do what you want.
Thank you, Auntie.
That is the whole thing about eating love. That is it.
Sharon, what would your last words be, especially to the men, as we've stated what we wish they knew when it comes to our sexual exploit?
We should sit our partners down and know what we want.
Okay.
Yes, what each other's want. I quite remember when I was giving my guy, I think, riding, I was riding him. He was like, don't leave me, don't leave me, don't leave me. So after everything, we sat down and then we started laughing. Hey, okay, don't leave me.
Don't leave me, don't leave me, Charlie. Oh, okay. So sometimes women, we like to talk after sex.
Yes.
And post-production.
Post-production. Post-mortem.
I go 100%. And then the one you. So yours is, so communication. This is what I want. And then, so I think communication is the key.
And then women too, you should know that not all the things they say during sex
are true.
I'll
buy a house for you. I'm my only one. I'll never leave you.
That is it.
I've left you. Okay.
A woman said, tomorrow morning, use my car. And then tomorrow morning, I use the car.
Like, when did I
and
say
they
that?
said, where is my car? You said tomorrow morning I should use your car. Me.
Where did I say? All right. But before we wrap up, I want you to put out your social media handles if you want to reach you. I'll start with you, Auntie Ami.
Okay, so on IG is Auntie_Ami. On YouTube, you have Auntie Ami, AUNTY Ami, AMI. And then on Facebook, we have Talk to Auntie Ami.
Yeah,
Talk, the two is
yeah,
two.
Talk
to Auntie Ami.
All right. Thank you. Sharon, how can you reach you too?
I'm on Facebook as Sharon Treadles and IG as Abnapuma.
Okay, so as I stated earlier, I was glammed by Kiki Sadiq. She is on Instagram. You could contact her for all your makeup needs. And today I must say we've said it all. We went all out. We are trying to let the men understand what we actually looking out for. And please, we're doing all this so you pick it up. The women will say that, okay, they are satisfied when it comes to dating and in their marriages. Because if you keep a woman happy, you'll also be happy. So we hope that you take a thing or two from what we've said. We'll be back with the next episode of Moons and Cuddles. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. Thanks for watching.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.